Section 15 of The Soft Side by Henry James. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Soft Side by Henry James. John Delavoy. Chapter 3. I mentioned my paper and my disappointment, but I think it was only in the light of subsequent events that I could fix an impression of his having, at the moment, looked a trifle embarrassed. He smote his brow and took out his tablets. He deplored the accident of which I complained, and promised to look straight into it. An accident it could only have been, the result of a particular pressure, a congestion of work. Of course, he had had my letter and had fully supposed it had been answered and acted on. My spirits revived at this, and I almost thought the incident happy when I heard Miss Delavoy herself put a clear question. "It won't be for April, then, which was what I had hoped?" It was what I had hoped, goodness knew. But if I had had no anxiety, I should not have caught the low, sweet ring of her own. It made Mr. Beston's eyes fix her a moment, and though the thing has, as I write it, a fatuous air, I remember thinking that he must at this instant have seen in her face almost all his contributors saw. If he did, he couldn't wholly have enjoyed it, yet he replied genially enough, "I'll put it into June." "Oh, June," our companion murmured in a manner that I took as plaintive, even as exquisite. Mr. Beston had got up. I had not promised myself to sit him out, much less to drive him away, and at this sign of his retirement I had a sense still dim, but much deeper, of being literally lifted by my check. Even before it was set up, my article was somehow operative, so that I could look from one of my companions to the other and quite magnanimously smile. June will do very well. "Oh, if you say so," Miss Delavoy sighed and turned away. "We must have time for the portrait. It'll require great care," Mr. Beston said. "Oh, please be sure it has the greatest," I eagerly returned. But Miss Delavoy took this up, speaking straight to Mr. Beston. "I attach no importance to the portrait. My impatience is all for the article." "The article's very neat. It's very neat," Mr. Beston repeated, "but your drawings are great prize." "Your great prize," our young lady replied, "can only be the thing that tells most about my brother." "Well, that's the case with your picture," Mr. Beston protested. "How can you say that? My picture tells nothing in the world but that he never sat for another." "Which is precisely the enormous and final fact," I laughingly exclaimed. Mr. Beston looked at me, as if in uncertainty and just the least bit in disapproval. Then he found his tone. "It's the big fact for the cynosure. I should leave you in no doubt of that," he added to Miss Delavoy as he went away. I was surprised at his going, but I inferred that, from the pressure at the office, he had no choice, and I was at least not too much surprised to guess the meaning of his last remark to have been that our hostess must expect a handsome draught. This allusion had so odd a grace on a lover's lips that even after the door had closed it seemed still to hang there between Miss Delavoy and her second visitor. Naturally, however, we let it gradually drop. She only said, with a kind of conscious quickness, "I'm really very sorry for the delay." I thought her beautiful as she spoke, and I felt that I had taken with her a longer step than the visible facts explained. "Yes, it's a great bore, but to an editor, one doesn't show it." She seemed amused. "Are they such queer fish?" I considered. "You know the great type." "Oh, I don't know. Mr. Beston is an editor." "As what, then?" "Well, as what you call, I suppose, a man of the world, a very kind, clever one. Of course, I see him mainly in the saddle and in the charge, at the head of his hundreds of thousands. But I mustn't undermine him, I added, smiling, when he's doing so much for me. She appeared to wonder about it. Is it really a great deal? To publish a thing like that? Yes, as editors go. They're all tarred with the same brush. Ah, but he has immense ideas. He goes in for the best in all departments. That's his own phrase. He has often assured me that he'll never stoop. He wants none but first-class stuff. That's the way he has expressed it to me, but it comes to the same thing. It's our great comfort. He's charming. He's charming, my friend replied, and I thought for the moment we had done with Mr. Beston. A rich reference to him nonetheless struck me as flashing from her very next words that she uttered without appearing to have noticed any I had pronounced in the interval. Does no one then really care for my brother? I was startled by the length of her flight. Really care? No one but you? Every month your study doesn't appear is at this time a kind of slight. I see what you mean. But of course we're serious. Whom do you mean by we? Well, you and me. She seemed to look us all over and not to be struck with our mass. And no one else? No one else is serious? What I should say is that no one feels the whole thing, don't you know? As much. Miss Delavoy hesitated. Not even so much as Mr. Beston? And her eyes, as she named him, waited, to my surprise, for my answer. I couldn't quite see why she returned to him, so that my answer was rather lame. Don't ask me too many things, else there are some I shall have to ask. She continued to look at me, after which she turned away. Then I won't, for I don't understand him. She turned away, I say, but the next moment had faced about with a fresh, inconsequent question. Then why in the world has he cooled off? About my paper? Has he cooled? Has he shown you that otherwise? I asked. Then by his delay? Yes. By silence? And by worse. What do you call worse? Well, to say of it, and twice over, what he said just now. That it's very neat? You don't think it is? I laughed. I don't say it, and with that she smiled. My brother might hear. Her tone was such that while it lingered in the air, it deepened, prolonging the interval, whatever point there was in this. Unspoken things therefore had passed between us by the time I at last brought out, "He hasn't read me." It doesn't matter, I quickly went on. His relation to what I may do or not do is, for his own purposes, quite complete enough without that. She seemed struck with this. Yes, his relation to almost anything is extraordinary. His relation to everything. It rose visibly before us, and as we felt, filled the room with its innumerable, indistinguishable objects. Oh, it's the making of him. She evidently recognized all this, but after a minute she again broke out. You say he hasn't read you, and that it doesn't matter. But has he read my brother? Doesn't that matter? I waved away the thought. For what do you take him, and why in the world should it? He knows perfectly what he wants to do, and his postponement is quite in your interest. The reproduction of the drawing... She took me up. I hate the drawing. So do I laughed, and I rejoice in there being something on which we can feel so together. Chapter 4. What may further have passed between us on this occasion loses, as I try to recall it, all color in the light of a communication that I had from her 4 days later. It consisted of a note in which she announced to me that she had heard from Mr. Beston in terms that troubled her. A letter from Paris he had dashed over on business, abruptly proposing that she herself should, as she quoted, give him something. Something that her intimate knowledge of the subject, which was of course John Delavoy, her rare opportunities for observation and study would make precious, would make as unique as the work of her pencil. He appealed to her to gratify him in this particular, exhorted her to sit right down to her task, reminded her that to tell a loving sister's tale was her obvious, her highest duty. She confessed to mystification and invited me to explain. Was this sudden perception of her duty a result on Mr. Beston's part of any difference with myself? Did he want 2 papers? Did he want an alternative to mine? Did he want hers as a supplement or as a substitute? She begged instantly to be informed if anything had happened to mine. To meet her request, I had first to make sure, and I repaired on the morrow to Mr. Beston's office in the eager hope that he was back from Paris. This hope was crowned. He had crossed the midnight and was in his room, so that on sending up my card I was introduced to his presence, where I promptly broke ground by letting him know that I had even yet no proof. "Oh, yes, about Delavoy. Well, I rather expected you, but you must excuse me if I'm brief. My absence has put me back. I've returned to arrears. Then from Paris I meant to write to you, but even there I was up to my neck. I think, too, I've instinctively held off a little. You won't like what I have to say. You can't." He spoke almost as if I might wish to prove I could. "The fact is, you see, your thing won't do. No, not even a little." Even after Miss Delavoy's note, it was a blow, and I felt myself turn pale. "Not even a little? Why, I thought you wanted it so." Mr. Beston just perceptibly braced himself. "My dear man, we don't want that. We couldn't do it. I've every desire to be agreeable to you, but we really couldn't." I sat staring. What in the world's the matter with it? "Well, it's impossible. That's what's the matter with it." "Impossible?" There rolled over me the ardent hours and a great wave of the feeling that I had put into it. He hung back but an instant. He faced the music. "It's indecent." I could only wildly echo him. "Indecent? Why, it's almost to the point of a regular chill expository. What in the world is it but critical?" Mr. Beston's retort was prompt. "Too critical by half. That's just where it is. It says too much. But what it says is all about its subject." "I dare say, but I don't think we want quite so much about its subject." I seemed to swing in the void, and I clutched fallaciously at the nearest thing. "Well, what do you want, then? What is that to be about?" "That's for you to find out. It's not my business to tell you." It was dreadful, this snub to my happy sense that I had found out. "I thought you wanted John Delavoy. I've simply stuck to him." Mr. Beston gave a dry laugh. "I should think you had." Then after an instant he turned oracular. "Perhaps we wanted him, perhaps we didn't. We didn't at any rate want indelicacy." "Indelicacy?" I almost shrieked. "Why, it's pure portraiture." "Pure, my dear fellow, just begs the question. It's most objectionable, that's what it is. For portraiture of such things, at all events, there's no place in our scheme." I speculated. "Your scheme for an account of Delavoy?" Mr. Beston looked as if I trifled. "Our scheme for a successful magazine." "No place, do I understand you, for criticism? No place for the great figures?" If you don't want too much detail," I went on, "I recall perfectly that I was careful not to go into it. What I tried for was a general, vivid picture, which I really supposed I arrived at. I boiled the man down. I gave the 3 or 4 leading notes. Them I did try to give with some intensity." Mr. Beston, while I spoke, had turned about, and with a little movement that confessed to impatience, and even not a little, I thought to irritation, fumbled on his table among a mass of papers and other objects, after which he had pulled out a couple of drawers. Finally, he fronted me anew with my copy in his hand, and I had meanwhile added a word about the disadvantage at which he placed me. To have made me wait was unkind, but to have made me wait for such news! I ought at least to have been told it earlier. He replied to this that he had not at first had time to read me, and on the evidence of my other things had taken me pleasantly for granted. He had only been enlightened by the revelation of the proof. What he had fished out of his drawer was in effect not my manuscript, but the galleys that had never been sent me. The thing was all set up there, and my companion, with eyeglass and thumb, dashed back the sheets and looked up and down for places. The proofreader, he mentioned, had so waked him up with the blue pencil that he had no difficulty in finding them. They were all in his face when he again looked at me. "Did you candidly think that we were going to print this?" All my silly young pride in my performance quivered as if under the lash. "Why the devil else should I have taken the trouble to write it? If you're not going to print it, why the devil did you ask me for it?" "I didn't ask you. You proposed it yourself. You jumped at it. You quite agreed you ought to have it. It comes to the same thing. So indeed you ought to have it. It's too ignoble your not taking up such a man." He looked at me hard. "I have taken him up. I do want something about him, and I've got his portrait there, coming out beautifully." "Do you mean you've taken him up," I inquired, "by asking for something of his sister? Why, in that case, do you speak as if I had forced on you the question of a paper? If you want one, you want one." Mr. Beston continued to sound me. "How do you know what I've asked of his sister?" "I know what Miss Delavoy tells me. She let me know as soon as she had heard from you." "Do you mean you've just seen her?" "I've not seen her since the time I met you at her house, but I had a note from her yesterday. She couldn't understand your appeal, in the face of knowing what I've done myself." Something seemed to tell me at this instant that she had not yet communicated with Mr. Beston, but that he wished me not to know she hadn't. It came out still more in the temper with which he presently said, "I want what Miss Delavoy can do, but I don't want this kind of thing." And he shook my proof at me as if for a preliminary to hurling it. I took it from him to show I anticipated his violence, and profoundly bewildered, I turned over the challenged pages. They grinned up at me with the proofreader's shocks, but the shocks, as my eye caught them, bloomed on the spot like flowers. I didn't feel abased. So many of my good things came back to me. "What on earth do you seriously mean? This thing isn't bad. It's awfully good. It's beautiful." With an odd movement he plucked it back again, though not indeed as if from any new conviction. He had had, after all, a kind of contact with it that had made it a part of his stock. "I dare say it's clever. For the kind of thing it is, it's as beautiful as you like. It's simply not our kind." He seemed to break out afresh. "Didn't you know more?" I waited. "More what?" He in turn did the same. "More everything. More about Delavoy. The whole point was that I thought you did." I fell back in my chair. "You think my article shows ignorance?" I sat down to it with the sense that I knew more than anyone. Mr. Beston restored it again to my hands. "You've kept that pretty well out of sight, then. Didn't you get anything out of her?" "It was simply for that I addressed you to her." I took from him with this as well a silent statement of what it had not been for. "I got everything in the wide world I could. We almost worked together, but what appeared was that all her own knowledge, all her own view quite fell in with what I had already said. There appeared nothing to subtract or to add." He looked hard again, not this time at me, but at the document in my hands. "You mean she's gone into all that? Seen it just as it stands there?" "If I've still," I replied, "any surprise left, it was for the surprise your question implies. You put our heads together, and you've surely known all along that they've remained so. She told me a month ago that she had immediately let you know the good she thought of what I had done." Mr. Beston very candidly remembered, and I could make out that if he flushed as he did so, it was because what most came back to him was his own simplicity. "I see. That must have been why I trusted you. Sent you without control straight off to be set up. But now that I see you," he went on, "you're surprised at her indulgence?" Once more he snatched at the record of my rashness. Once more he turned it over. Then he read out 2 or 3 paragraphs. "Do you mean she's gone into all that?" "My dear sir, what do you take her for? There wasn't a line we didn't thresh out, and our talk wouldn't for either of us have been a bit interesting if it hadn't been really frank. Have you to learn at this time of day," I continued, "what her feeling is about her brother's work? She's not a bit stupid. She has a kind of worship for it." Mr. Beston kept his eyes on one of my pages. "She passed her life with him and was extremely fond of him. Yes, and she has the point of view and no end of ideas. She's tremendously intelligent." Our friend at last looked up at me, but I scarce knew what to make of his expression. "Then she'll do exactly what I want." "Another article, you mean, to replace mine? Of a totally different sort. Something the public will stand." His attention reverted to my proof, and he suddenly reached out for a pencil. He made a great dash against the block of my prose and placed the page before me. "Do you pretend to me they'll stand that?" That proved, as I looked at it, a summary of the subject, deeply interesting, and treated, as I thought, with extraordinary art, of the work to which I gave the highest place in my author's array. I took it in, sounding it hard for some hidden vice, but with a frank relish, in effect, of its lucidity. Then I answered, "If they won't stand it, what will they stand?" Mr. Beston looked about and put a few objects on his table to rights. "They won't stand anything." He spoke with such pregnant brevity as to make his climax stronger. "And quite right, too. I'm right, at any rate. I can't plead ignorance. I know where I am, and I want to stay there. That single page would have cost me 5,000 subscribers." "Why, that single page is a statement of the very essence." He turned sharp round at me. "Very essence of what?" "Of my very topic, damn it! Your very topic is John Delavoy." "And what's his very topic? Am I not to attempt to utter it? What under the sun else am I writing about?" "You're not writing in the cynosure about the relations of the sexes. With those relations, with the question of sex in any degree, I should suppose you would already have seen that we have nothing whatever to do. If you want to know what our public won't stand, there you have it." I seem to recall that I smiled sweetly as I took it. "I don't know, I think, what you mean by those phrases, which strike me as too empty and too silly. and of a nature therefore to be more deplored than any, I'm positive, that I use in my analysis. I don't use a single one that even remotely resembles them. I simply try to express my author, and if your public won't stand his being expressed, mention to me kindly the source of its interest in him. Mr. Beston was perfectly ready. He's all the rage with the clever people. That's the source. The interest of the public is whatever a clever article may make it. I don't understand you. How can an article be clever to begin with, and how could it make anything of anything if it doesn't avail itself of material? There is material which I'd hoped you'd use. Miss Delavoy has lots of material.
I don't know what she has told you, but I know what she has told me.
He hung fire but an instant. Quite lovely things. And have you told her? Told her what? He asked as I paused. The lovely things you've just told me. Mr. Beston got up. Folding the rest of my proof together, he made the final surrender with more dignity than I had looked for. You can do with this what you like. Then as he reached the door with me, do you suppose that I talk with Miss Delavoy on such subjects? I answered that he could leave that to me. I shouldn't mind so doing, and I recall that before I quitted him, something again passed between us on the question of her drawing. What we want, he said, is just the really nice thing, the pleasant, right thing to go with it. That drawing's going to take.
End of section 15 of The Soft Side by Henry James.
Read by Mark Leader.
Section 16 of The Soft Side by Henry James. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Soft Side by Henry James. John Delavoy. Chapter 5. A few minutes later, I'd wired to our young lady that, should I hear nothing from her to the contrary, I would come to her that evening. I had other affairs that kept me out, and on going home I found a word to the effect that though she should not be free after dinner, she hoped for my presence at 5 o'clock. A notification betraying to me that the evening would, by arrangement, be Mr. Beston's hour, and that she wished to see me first. At 5 o'clock I was there, and as soon as I entered the room I perceived two things. One of these was that she had been highly impatient. The other was that she had not heard, since my call on him, from Mr. Beston, and that her arrangement with him therefore dated from earlier. The tea service was by the fire. She herself was at the window. And I am at a loss to name the particular revelation that I drew from this fact of her being restless on general grounds. My telegram had fallen in with complications at which I could only guess. It had not found her quiet. She was living in a troubled air, but her wonder leapt from her lips. He does want two? I had brought in my proof with me, putting it in my hat and my hat on a chair. Oh no, he wants only one, only yours. Her wonder deepened. He won't print my poor old stuff? He returns it with thanks. Returns it? When he had accepted it? Oh, that doesn't prevent when he doesn't like it. But he does. He did. He liked it to me. He called it sympathetic. He only meant that you are, perhaps even that I myself am. He hadn't read it then. He read it but a day or two ago, and horror seized him. Miss Delavoy dropped into a chair. Horror? I don't know how to express to you the fault he finds with it.
I had gone to the fire, and I looked to where it peeped out of my hat. My companion did the same, and her face showed the pain she might have felt in the street at sight of the victim of an accident. "It appears it's indecent." She sprang from her chair. "To describe my brother?" "As I have described him. That, at any rate, is how my account sins. What I've said is unprintable." I leaned against the chimney-piece with a serenity of which, I admit, I was conscious. I rubbed it in and felt a private joy in watching my influence. "Then what have you said?" "You know perfectly. You heard my thing from beginning to end. You said it was beautiful." She remembered as I looked at her. She showed all the things she called back. It was beautiful. I went over and picked it up. I came back with it to the fire. "It was the best thing ever said about him," she went on. "It was the finest and truest." "Well then," I exclaimed. "But what have you done to it since?" "I haven't touched it since." "You've put nothing else in? Not a line, not a syllable. Don't you remember how you warned me against spoiling it? It's of a thing we read together, liked together, went over and over together. It's of this dear little serious thing of good sense and good faith." And I held up my roll of proof, shaking it, even as Mr. Beston had shaken it, that he expresses that opinion. She frowned at me with an intensity that, though bringing me no pain, gave me a sense of her own. "Then that's why he has asked me to do something instead, but something pure. You, he hopes, won't be indecent." She sprang up, more mystified than enlightened. She had pieced things together, but they left the question gaping. "Is he mad? What is he talking about?" "Oh, I know. Now. Has he specified what he wants of you?" She thought a moment, all before me. "Yes, to be very personal." "Precisely. You mustn't speak of the work." She almost glared. "Not speak of it? That's indecent. My brother's work? To speak of it." She took this from me, as she had not taken anything. "Then how can I speak of him at all? How can I articulate? He was his work." "Certainly he was, but that's not the kind of truth that will stand in Mr. Beston's way. Don't you know what he means by wanting you to be personal?" In the way she looked at me, there was still for a moment a dim desire to spare him, even perhaps a little to save him. Nonetheless, after an instant, she let herself go. "Something horrible?" "Horrible, so long, that is, as it takes the place of something more honest and really so much more clean. He wants, what do they call the stuff? Anecdotes, glimpses, gossip, chat, a picture of his home life, domestic habits, diet, dress, arrangements, all his little ways and little secrets, and even, to better it still, all your own. Your relations with him, your feelings about him, his feelings about you, both his and yours. In short, about anything you can think of. Don't you see what I mean?" She saw so well that in the dismay of it, she grasped my arm an instant, half as if to steady herself, half as if to stop me. But she couldn't stop me. "He wants you just to write round and round that portrait." She was lost in the reflections I had stirred, in apprehensions and indignations that slowly surged and spread, and for a moment she was unconscious of everything else. "What portrait?" "Why, the beautiful one you did, the beautiful one you gave him." "Did I give it to him? Oh, yes." It came back to her, but this time she blushed red, and I saw what had occurred to her. It occurred, in fact, at the same instant to myself. "Ah, par exemple," she cried, "he shan't have it." I couldn't help laughing. "My dear young lady, Unfortunately, he has got it. He shall send it back. He shan't use it. I'm afraid he is using it, I replied. I'm afraid he has used it. They've begun to work on it. She looked at me almost as if I were Mr. Beston. Then they must stop working on it. Something in her decision somehow thrilled me. Mr. Beston must send it straight back. Indeed, I'll wire to him to bring it tonight. Is he coming tonight? I ventured to inquire. She held her head very high. Yes, he's coming tonight. It's most happy, she bravely added, as if to forestall any suggestion that it could be anything else. I thought a moment, first about that, then about something that presently made me say, "Oh well, if he brings it back." She continued to look at me. "Do you mean you doubt his doing so?" I thought again. "You'll probably have a stiff time with him." She made for a little no answer to this, but to sound me again with her eyes. Our silence, however, was carried off by her then abruptly turning to her tea tray and pouring me out a cup. "Will you do me a favor?" she asked as I took it. "Any favor in life." "Will you be present?" Present? I failed at first to imagine. When Mr. Beston comes. It was so much more than I had expected that I of course looked stupid in my surprise. "This evening? Here?" "This evening? Here? Do you think my request very strange?" I pulled myself together. "How can I tell when I'm so awfully in the dark?" "In the dark?" She smiled at me as if I were a person who carried such lights. "About the nature, I mean, of your friendship." "With Mr. Beston," she broke in. Then in the wonderful way that women say such things, "It has always been so pleasant." "Do you think it'll be pleasant for me?" I laughed. "Our friendship? I don't care whether it is or not. I mean what you'll have out with him. For of course you will have it out. Do you think it'll be pleasant for him? To find you here? Or to see you come in? I don't feel obliged to think. This is a matter in which I now care for no one but my brother, for nothing but his honor. I stand only on that." I can't say how high with these words she struck me as standing, nor how the look that she gave me with them seemed to make me spring up beside her. We were at this elevation together a moment. "I'll do anything in the world you say." "Then please come about 9. That struck me as so tantamount to saying, "And please therefore go this minute," that I immediately turned to the door. Before I passed it, however, I gave her time to ring out clear, "I know what I'm about." She proved it the next moment by following me into the hall with the request that I would leave her my proof. I placed it in her hands, and if she knew what she was about, I wondered, outside, what I was. Chapter 6. I dare say it was the desire to make this out that, in the evening, brought me back a little before my time. Mr. Beston had not arrived, and it's worth mentioning, for it was rather odd, that while we waited for him, I sat with my hostess in silence. She spoke of my paper, which she had read over, but simply to tell me she had done so, and that was practically all that passed between us for a time at once so full and so quiet that it struck me neither as short nor as long. We felt in the matter so indivisible that we might have been united in some observance or some sanctity to go through something decorously appointed. Without an observation, we listened to the doorbell, and still without one, a minute later, saw the person we expected stand there and show his surprise. It was at me he looked as he spoke to her. "I'm not to see you alone?" "Not just yet, please," Miss Delavoy answered. Of what has suddenly come between us, this gentleman is essentially a part, and I really think he'll be less present if we speak before him than if we attempt to deal with the question without him." Mr. Beston was amused, but not enough amused to sit down, and we stood there a while. For the third time, my proof sheets were shaken for emphasis. "I've been reading these over," she said. She held them up. Mr. Beston, on what he had said to me of them, could only look grave, but he tried also to look pleasant, and I foresaw that on the whole he would really behave well. "They're remarkably clever. And yet you wish to publish instead of them something from so different a hand?" He smiled now very kindly. "If you'll only let me have it. Won't you let me have it? I'm sure you know exactly the thing I want." "Oh, perfectly." "I've tried to give her an idea of it," I threw in. Mr. Beston promptly saw his way to make this a reproach to me. "Then, after all, you had one yourself?" "I think I couldn't have kept so clear of it if I hadn't had," I laughed. "I'll write you something," Miss Delavoy went on, "if you'll print this as it stands." My proof was still in her keeping. Mr. Beston raised his eyebrows. "Print 2? Whatever do I want with 2? What do I want with the wrong one if I can get the beautiful right?" She met this, to my surprise, with a certain gaiety. "It's a big subject. A subject to be seen from different sides. Don't you want a full, a various treatment? Our papers will have nothing in common." "I should hope not," Mr. Beston said good-humoredly. "You have command, dear lady, of a point of view too good to spoil. It so happens that your brother has been really less handled than anyone, so that there's a kind of obscurity about him, and in consequence a kind of curiosity that it seems to me quite a crime not to work. There's just the perfection, don't you know, of a little sort of mystery, a tantalizing demi-jour." He continued to smile at her as if he thoroughly hoped to kindle her, and it was interesting at that moment to get this vivid glimpse of his conception. I could see it quickly enough break out in Miss Delavoy, who sounded for an instant almost assenting. "And you want the obscurity and the mystery, the tantalizing demi-jour cleared up?" "I want a little lovely living thing. Don't be perverse," he pursued. "Don't stand in your own light and in your brother's and in this young man's, in the long run and in mine too, and in everyone's. Just let us have him out as no one but you can bring him, and as by the most charming of chances and a particular providence, he has been kept all this time just on purpose for you to bring. Really, you know," his vexation would crop up, "one could howl to see such good stuff wasted." "Well," our young lady returned, "that holds good of one thing as well as of another. I can never hope to describe or express my brother as these pages describe and express him. But as I tell you, approaching him from a different direction, I promise to do my very best. Only my condition remains." Mr. Beston transferred his eyes from her face to the little bundle in her hand, where they rested with an intensity that made me privately wonder if it represented some vain vision of a snatch defeated in advance by the stupidity of his having suffered my copy to be multiplied. "My printing that? You're printing this." Mr. Beston wavered there between us. I could make out in him a vexed inability to keep us as distinct as he would have liked. But he was triumphantly light. "It's impossible. Don't be a pair of fools." "Very well, then," said Miss Delavoy. "Please send me back my drawing." "Oh, dear, no," Mr. Beston laughed. "Your drawing we must have at any rate." "Ah, but I forbid you to use it. This gentleman is my witness that my prohibition is absolute." Was it to be your witness that you sent for the gentleman? You take immense precautions, Mr. Beston exclaimed. Before she could retort, however, he came back to his strong point. Do you coolly ask of me to sacrifice 10,000 subscribers? The number, I noticed, had grown since the morning, but Miss Delavoy faced it boldly. If you do, you'll be well rid of them. They must be ignoble, your 10,000 subscribers. He took this perfectly. You dispose of them easy. Ignoble or not, what I have to do is to keep them and, if possible, add to their number, not to get rid of them. You'd rather get rid of my poor brother instead. I don't get rid of him. I pay him a signal attention. Reducing it to the least, I publish his portrait. His portrait, the only one worth speaking of? Why, you turn it out with horror. Do you call the only one worth speaking of that misguided effort? And obeying a restless impulse, he appeared to reach for my tribute, not, I think, with any conscious plan, but with a vague desire in some way again to point his moral with it. I liked immensely the motion with which, in reply to this, she put it behind her. Her gesture expressed so distinctly her vision of her own lesson. From that moment, somehow, they struck me as forgetting me, and I seemed to see them as they might have been alone together, even to see a little what for each had held and what had divided them. I remembered how at this I almost held my breath, effacing myself to let them go, make them show me whatever they might. It's the only one, she insisted, that tells about its subject anything that's anyone's business. If you really want John Delavoy, there he is. If you don't want him, don't insult him with an evasion and a pretense. Have at least the courage to say that you're afraid of him. I figured Mr. Beston here as much incommoded, but all too simply, doubtless, for he clearly held on, smiling through flushed discomfort and on the whole bearing up. Do you think I'm afraid of you? He might forget me, but he would have to forget me a little more to yield completely to his visible impulse to take her hand. It was visible enough to herself to make her show that she declined to meet it, and even that his effect on her was at last distinctly exasperating. Oh, how I saw at that moment that in the really touching good faith of his personal sympathy he didn't measure his effect. If he had done so, he wouldn't have tried to rush it, to carry it off with tenderness. He dropped to that now so rashly that I was in truth sorry for him. You could do so gracefully, so naturally what we want. What we want, don't you see, is perfect taste. I know better than you do yourself how perfect yours would be. I always know better than people do themselves. He jested and pleaded, getting in benightedly deeper. Perhaps I didn't literally hear him ask in the same accents if she didn't care for him at all, but I distinctly saw him look as if he were on the point of it, and something, at any rate, in a lower tone, dropped from him that he followed up with the statement that if she did even just a little, she would help him. Chapter 7. She made him wait a deep minute for her to answer to this, and that gave me time to read into what he accused her of failing to do. I recollect that I was startled at their having come so far, though I was reassured after a little, by seeing that he had come much the furthest. I had now, I scarce know what amused sense of knowing our hostess so much better than he. I think you strangely inconsequent, she said at last. If you associate with what you speak of, the idea of help, does it strike you as helping me to treat in that base fashion the memory I most honor and cherish? As I was quite sure of what he spoke of, I could measure the force of this challenge. Have you never discovered all this time that my brother's work is my pride and my joy? Oh, my dear thing!" And Mr. Beston broke into a cry that combined in the drollest way the attempt to lighten his guilt with the attempt to deprecate hers. He let it just flash upon us that, should he be pushed, he would show us, well, scandalized. The tone in which Miss Delavoy again addressed him offered a reflection of this gleam. "Do you know what my brother would think of you?" He was quite ready with his answer, and there was no moment in the whole business at which I thought so well of him. "I don't care a hang what your brother would think." "Then why do you wish to commemorate him?" "How can you ask so innocent a question? It isn't for him." "You mean it's for the public?" "It's for the magazine," he said with a noble simplicity. "The magazine is the public." It made me so far forget myself as to suggest. "You've discovered it late in the day?" "Yes," he went on to our companion, "I don't in the least mind saying I don't care. I don't. I don't," he repeated with a sturdiness in which I somehow recognized that he was, after all, a great editor. He looked at me a moment as if he even guessed what I saw, and not unkindly desired to force it home. "I don't care for anybody. It's not my business to care. That's not the way to run a magazine. Except, of course, as a mere man." And he added a smile for Miss Delavoy. He covered the whole ground again. "Your reminiscences would make a talk." She came back from the greatest distance she had yet reached. "My reminiscences?" "To accompany the head." He must have been as tender as if I'd been away. "Don't I see how you do them?" She turned off, standing before the fire and looking into it. After which she faced him again. "If you'll publish Our Friend here, I'll do them." "Why are you so awfully wound up about Our Friend here?" "Read his article over with a little intelligence, and your question will be answered." Mr. Beston glanced at me and smiled as if with a loyal warning. Then, with a good conscience, he let me have it. "Oh, damn his article." I was struck with her replying exactly what I should have replied if I had not been so detached. "Damn it as much as you like, but publish it." Mr. Beston, on this, turned to me, as if to ask me if I had not heard enough to satisfy me. There was a visible offer in his face to give me more if I insisted. This amounted to an appeal to me to leave the room, at least for a minute, and it was perhaps from the fear of what might pass between us that Miss Delavoy once more took him up. "If my brother's as vile as you say—" "Oh, I don't say he's vile," he broke in. "You only say I am," I commented. "You've entered so into him," she replied to me, "that it comes to the same thing." And Mr. Beston says further that out of this unmentionableness he wants somehow to make something, some money or some sensation. "My dear lady," said Mr. Beston, "it's a very great literary figure." "Precisely. You advertise yourself with it because it's a very great literary figure, and it's a very great literary figure because it wrote very great literary things that you wouldn't for the world allow to be intelligibly or critically named. So you bid for the still more striking tribute of an intimate picture, an unveiling of God knows what, without even having the pluck or the logic to say on what ground it is that you go in for naming him at all. Do you know, dear Mr. Beston," she asked, "that you make me very sick? I count on receiving the portrait," she concluded, "by tomorrow evening at latest." I felt, before the speech was over, so sorry for her interlocutor that I was on the point of asking her if she mightn't finish him without my help. But I had lighted a flame that was to consume me too, and I was aware of the scorch of it while I watched Mr. Beston plead frankly, if tacitly, that though there was something in him not to be finished, she must yet give him a moment and let him take his time to look about him at pictures and books. He took it with more coolness than I. Then he produced his answer. "You shall receive it tomorrow morning if you'll do what I asked the last time." I could see more than he how the last time had been overlaid by what had since come up, so that, as she opposed a momentary blank, I felt almost a coarseness in his recall of it with an, "Oh, you know. Yes, after a little she knew, and I need scarcely add that I did. I felt in the oddest way by this time that she was conscious of my penetration and wished to make me, for the loss now so clearly beyond repair, the only compensation in her power. This compensation consisted of her showing me that she was indifferent to my having guessed the full extent of the privilege that, on the occasion to which he alluded, she had permitted Mr. Beston to put before her. The balm for my wound was therefore to see what she resisted. She resisted Mr. Beston in more ways than one. "And if I don't do it," she demanded, "I'll simply keep your picture." "To what purpose if you don't use it?" "To keep it is to use it," Mr. Beston said. "He has only to keep it long enough," I added, and with the intention that may be imagined, "to bring you round, by the mere sense of privation, to meet him on the other ground." Miss Delavoy took no more notice of this speech than if she had not heard it, and Mr. Beston showed that he had heard it only enough to show more markedly that he followed her example. "I'll do anything. I'll do everything for you in life," he declared to her, "but publish such a thing as that." She gave in all decorum to this statement the minute of concentration that belonged to it, but her analysis of the matter had for sole effect to make her at last bring out, not with harshness, but with a kind of wondering pity, "I think you're really very dreadful." "In what esteem, then, Mr. Beston," I asked, "do you hold John Delavoy's work?" He rang out clear. "As the sort of thing that's out of our purview." If for a second he had hesitated, it was partly, I judge, with just resentment at my so directly addressing him, and partly, though he wished to show our friend that he fairly faced the question, because experience had not left him in such a case without 2 or 3 alternatives. He had already made plain indeed that he mostly preferred the simplest. "Wonderful, wonderful purview," I quite sincerely, or at all events very musingly, exclaimed. "Then, if you could ever have got one of his novels?" Miss Delavoy inquired. He smiled at the way she put it. It made such an image of the attitude of the cynosure. But he was kind and explicit. "There isn't one that wouldn't have been beyond us. We could never have run him. We could never have handled him. We could never, in fact, have touched him. We should have dropped to... Oh, Lord!" He saw the ghastly figure he couldn't name. He brushed it away with a shudder. I turned on this to our companion. "I wish awfully you'd do what he asks." She stared an instant, mystified. Then I quickly explained to which of his requests I referred. "I mean, I wish you'd do the nice familiar chat about the sweet home life. You might make it inimitable, and upon my word, I'd give you for it the assistance of my general lights. The thing is, don't you see that it would put Mr. Beston in a grand position?" "Your position would be grand," I hastened to add as I looked at him, "because it would be so admirably false." Then, more seriously, I felt the impulse even to warn him. "I don't think you're quite aware of what you'd make it. Are you really quite conscious?" I went on with the benevolence that struck him, I was presently to learn, as a depth of fatuity. He was to show once more that he was a rock. Conscious? Why should I be? Nobody's conscious. He was splendid. Yet before I could control it, I had risked the challenge of a nobody? Who's anybody? The public isn't. Then why are you afraid of it? Miss Delavoy demanded. Don't ask him that, I answered. You expose yourself to his telling you that if the public isn't anybody, that's still more the case with your brother. Mr. Beston appeared to accept as a convenience this somewhat inadequate protection. He at any rate, under cover of it, again addressed us lucidly. There's only one false position, the one you seem to wish to put me in. I instantly met him. That of losing? That of losing. Oh, 50,000, yes. And they wouldn't see anything the matter? With the position, said Mr. Beston, that you qualify. I neither know nor care why as false. Suddenly, in a different tone, almost genially, he continued, For what do you take them? For what indeed? But it didn't signify. It's enough that I take you for one of the masters. It's literal that as he stood there in his florid beauty and complete command, I felt his infinite force, and with a gush of admiration wondered how for our young lady there could be at such a moment another man. We represent different sides, I rather lamely said. However, I picked up. It isn't a question of where we are, but of what. You're not on a side. You are a side. You're the right one. What a misery, I pursued, for us not to be on you. His eyes showed me for a second that he yet saw how our not being on him did just have for it that it could facilitate such a speech. Then they rested afresh on Miss Delavoy, and that brought him back to firm ground. I don't think you can imagine how it will come out. He was astride of the portrait again, and presently again she had focused him. If it does come out, she began. Poor girl, but it was not to take her far. Well, if it does? He means what will you do then, I observed, as she had nothing to say. Mr. Beston will see, she at last replied, with a perceptible lack of point. He took this up in a flash. My dear young lady, it's you who will see, and when you've seen, you'll forgive me. Only wait till you do. He was already at the door, as if he quite believed in what he should gain by the gain from this moment of time. He stood there but an instant. He looked from one of us to the other. It'll be a ripping little thing, he remarked. And with that he left us gaping. Chapter 8. The first use I made of our rebound was to say with intensity, What will you do if he does? Does publish the picture? There was an instant charm to me in the privacy of her full collapse and the sudden high tide of our common defeat. What can I? It's all very well, but there's nothing to be done. I want never to see him again. There's only something, she went on, that you can do. Prevent him? Get it back? I'll do, be sure, my utmost, but it'll be difficult without a row. What do you mean by a row? She asked. I mean it will be difficult without publicity. I don't think we want publicity. She turned this over. Because it will advertise him? His magnificent energy. Remember what I just now told him? He's the right side. And we're the wrong, she laughed. We mustn't make that known. I see, but all the same, save my sketch. I held her hands. And if I do... Get it back first, she answered, ever so gently and with a smile, but quite taking them away. I got it back, alas, neither first nor last, though indeed at the end this was to matter, as I thought and as I found, little enough. Mr. Beston rose to his full height and was not to abate an inch even on my offer of another article on a subject notoriously unobjectionable. The only portrait of John Delavoy was going, as he said, to take, and nothing was to stand in its way. I besieged his office, I waylaid his myrmidons, I haunted his path, I poisoned, I tried to flatter myself, his life. I wrote him at any rate letters by the dozen and showed him up to his friends and his enemies. The only thing I didn't do was to urge Miss Delavoy to write to her solicitors or to the newspapers. The final result, of course, of what I did and what I didn't was to create, on the subject of the sole copy of so rare an original, a curiosity that by the time the cynosure appeared with the reproduction, made the month's sale, as I was destined to learn, take a tremendous jump. The portrait of John Delavoy, prodigiously paragraphed in advance, and with its authorship flashing through, was accompanied by a page or two, from an anonymous hand, of the pleasantest, liveliest comment. The press was genial, the success immense. Current criticism had never flowed so full, and it was universally felt that the handsome thing had been done. The process employed by Mr. Beston had left, as he had promised, nothing to be desired, and the sketch itself the next week arrived in safety, and with only a smutch or two by the post. I placed my article, naturally, in another magazine, but was disappointed, I confess, as to what it discoverably did in literary circles for its subject. This ache, however, was muffled. There was a worse victim than I, and there was consolation of a sort in our having out together the question of literary circles. The great orb of the cynosure, wasn't that a literary circle? By the time we had fairly to face this question, we had achieved the union that, at least for resistance or endurance, is supposed to be strength. End of section 16.
Section 17 of The Soft Side. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. The Soft Side by Henry James. The Third Person. Chapters 1 and 2. Chapter 1. When, a few years since, two good ladies, previously not intimate, nor indeed more than slightly acquainted, found themselves domiciled together in the small but ancient town of Mar, it was as a result, naturally, of special considerations. They bore the same name and were second cousins, but their paths had not hitherto crossed. There had not been coincidence of age to draw them together, and Miss Frush, the more mature, had spent much of her life abroad. She was a bland, shy, sketching person, whom fate had condemned to a monotony, triumphing over variety, of Swiss and Italian pensions, in any one of which, with her well-fastened hat, her gauntlets, and her stout boots, her camp stool, her sketch-book, her Tauchnitz novel, she would have served with peculiar propriety as a frontispiece to the natural history of the English old maid. She would have struck you, indeed, poor Miss Frush, as so happy an instance of the type that you would perhaps scarce have been able to equip her with the dignity of the individual. This was what she enjoyed, however, for those brought nearer, a very insistent identity, once even of prettiness, but which now, blanched and bony, timid and inordinately queer, with its utterance all vague interjection, and its aspect all eyeglass and teeth, might be acknowledged without inconvenience, and deplored without reserve. Miss Amy, her kinswoman, who, 10 years her junior, showed a different figure, such as, oddly enough, though formed almost wholly in English air, might have appeared much more to betray a foreign influence. Miss Amy was brown, brisk, and expressive. When really young, she had even been pronounced showy. She had an innocent vanity on the subject of her foot, a member which she somehow regarded as a guarantee of her wit, or at least of her good taste. Even had it not been pretty, she flattered herself it would have been shod. She would never, no, never, like Susan, have given it up. Her bright brown eye was comparatively bold, and she had accepted Susan once for all as a frump. She even thought her, and silently deplored her, as a goose. But she was none the less herself a lamb. They had benefited, this innocuous pair, under the will of an old aunt, a prodigiously ancient gentlewoman, of whom, in her later time, it had been given them, mainly by the office of others, to see almost nothing, so that the little property they came in for had the happy effect of a windfall. Each, at least, pretended to the other that she had never dreamed, as in truth there had been small encouragement for dreams in the sad character of what they now spoke of as the late lady's dreadful entourage. Terrorized and deceived, as they considered, by her own people, Mrs. Frush was scantily enough to have been counted on for an act of almost inspired justice. The good luck of her husband's nieces was that she had really outlived, for the most part, their ill wishes, and so, at the very last, had died without the blame of diverting fine Frush property from fine Frush use. Property quite of her own she had done as she liked with, but she had pitied poor expatriated Susan, and had remembered poor unhusbanded Amy, though lumping them together perhaps a little roughly in her final provision. Her will directed that, should no other arrangement be more convenient to her executors, the old house at Mar might be sold for their joint advantage. What befell, however, in the event, was that the two legatees, advised in due course, took an early occasion, and quite without concert, to judge their prospects on the spot. They arrived at Mar, each on her own side, and they were so pleased with Mar that they remained. So it was that they met. Miss Amy, accompanied by the office boy of the local solicitor, presented herself at the door of the house to ask admittance of the caretaker. But when the door opened, it offered to sight not the caretaker, but an unexpecting lady in a very old waterproof, who held a long-handled eyeglass very much as a child holds a rattle. Miss Susan, already in the field, roaming, prying, meditating in the absence on an errand of the woman in charge, offered herself in this manner as in settled possession, and it was on that idea that, through the eyeglass, the cousins viewed each other with some penetration, even before Amy came in. Then at last, when Amy did come in, it was not, any more than Susan, to go out again. It would take us too far to imagine what might have happened had Mrs. Frush made it a condition of her benevolence that the subjects of it should live at peace together under the roof she left them. But certain it is that as they stood there, they had at the same moment the same unprompted thought. Each became aware on the spot that the dear old house itself was exactly what she, and exactly what the other, wanted. It met in perfection their longing for a quiet harbour and an assured future. Each, in short, was willing to take the other in order to get the house. It was therefore not sold. It was made instead their own, as it stood, with the dead lady's extremely good old appurtenances not only undisturbed and undivided, but piously reconstructed and infinitely admired, the agents of her testamentary purpose rejoicing meanwhile to see the business so simplified. They might have had their private doubts, or their wives might cynically have predicted the sharpest of quarrels before 3 months were out between the deluded yoke fellows, and the dissolution of the partnership with every circumstance of recrimination. All that need be said is that such prophets would have prophesied vulgarly. The Misses Frush were not vulgar. They had drunk deep of the cup of singleness and found it prevailingly bitter. They were not unacquainted with solitude and sadness, and they recognised with due humility the supreme opportunity of their lives. By the end of 3 months, moreover, each knew the worst about the other. Miss Amy took her evening nap before dinner, an hour at which Miss Susan could never sleep. It was so odd. Whereby Miss Susan took hers after that meal, just at the time when Miss Amy was keenest for talk. Miss Susan, erect and unsupported, had feelings as to the way in which, in almost any posture that could pass for a seated one, Miss Amy managed to find a place in the small of her back for 2 out of the 3 sofa cushions, a smaller place, obviously, than they had ever been intended to fit. But when this was said, all was said. They continued to have on either side the pleasant consciousness of a personal soil, not devoid of fragmentary ruins, to dig in. They had a theory that their lives had been immensely different, and each appeared now to the other to have conducted her career so perversely only that she should have an unfamiliar range of anecdote for her companion's ear. Miss Susan, at foreign pensions, had met the Russian, the Polish, the Danish, and even an occasional flower of the English nobility, as well as many of the most extraordinary Americans who, as she said, had made everything of her, and with whom she had remained often in correspondence, while Miss Amy, after all less conventional at the end of long years of London, abounded in reminiscences of literary, artistic, and even, Miss Susan heard it with bated breath, theatrical society, under the influence of which she had written, there it came out, a novel that had been anonymously published, and a play that had been strikingly type-copied. Not the least charm, clearly, of this picturesque outlook at Mar would be the support that might be drawn from it for getting back, as she hinted, with general society bravely sacrificed, to real work. She had in her head hundreds of plots, with which the future, accordingly, seemed to bristle for Miss Susan. The latter, on her side, was only waiting for the wind to go down to take up again her sketching. The wind at Mar was often high, as was natural in a little old, huddled, red-roofed, historic south coast town, which had once been in a manner mistress, as the cousins reminded each other of the Channel, and from which, high and dry on its hilltop though it might be, the sea had not so far receded as not to give, constantly, a taste of temper. Miss Susan came back to English scenery with a small sigh of fondness, to which the consciousness of Alps and Apennines only gave more of a quaver. She had picked out her subjects and, with her head on one side and a sense that they were easier abroad, sat sucking her watercolour brush and nervously, perhaps even a little inconsistently, waiting and hesitating. What had happened was that they had, each for herself, rediscovered the country. Only Miss Amy, emergent from Bloomsbury lodgings, spoke of it as primroses and sunsets, and Miss Susan, rebounding from the Arno and the Rus, called it, with a shy, synthetic pride, simply England. The country was at any rate in the house with them as well as in the little green girdle and in the big blue belt. It was in the objects and relics that they handled together and wondered over, finding in them a ground for much inferred importance and invoked romance, stuffing large stories into very small openings and pulling every faded bell-rope that might jingle rustily into the past. They were still here in the presence, at all events, of their common ancestors, as to whom, more than ever before, they took only the best for granted. Was not the best, for that matter, the best, that is, of little melancholy, middling, disinherited Mar, seated in every stiff chair of the decent old house, and stitched into the patchwork of every quaint old counterpane. 200 years of it squared themselves in the brown panelled parlour, creaked patiently on the wide staircase, and bloomed herbaceously in the red-walled garden. There was nothing anyone had ever done or been at Mar that a thrush hadn't done it or been it. Yet they wanted more of a picture, and talked themselves into the fancy of it. There were portraits, 6 comparatively recent. They called 1800 comparatively recent. And something of a trial to a descendant who had copied Titian at the Pitti, but they were curious of detail, and would have liked to people a little more thickly their backward space, to set it up behind their chairs as a screen embossed with figures. They threw off theories and small imaginations, and almost conceived themselves engaged in researches, all of which made for pomp and circumstance. Their desire was to discover something, and, emboldened by the broader sweep of wing of her companion, Miss Susan herself was not afraid of discovering something bad. Miss Amy it was who had first remarked as a warning that this was what it might all lead to. It was she, moreover, to whom they owed the formula that, had anything very bad ever happened at Mar, they should be sorry if a thrush hadn't been in it. This was the moment at which Miss Susan's spirit had reached its highest point. She had declared, with her odd breathless laugh, a prolonged, an alarmed or alarming gasp, that she should really be quite ashamed, and so they rested a while, not saying quite how far they were prepared to go in crime, not giving the matter a name. But there would have been little doubt for an observer that each supposed the other to mean that she not only didn't draw the line at murder, but stretched it so as to take in, well, gay deception. If Miss Susan could conceivably have asked whether Don Juan had ever touched at that port, Miss Amy would, to a certainty, have wanted to know by way of answer at what port he had not touched. It was only unfortunately true that no one of the portraits of gentlemen looked at all like him, and no one of those of ladies suggested one of his victims. At last, none the less, the cousins had a find, came upon a box of old odds and ends, mainly documentary, partly printed matter, newspapers and pamphlets yellow and grey with time, and for the rest, epistolary, several packets of letters, faded, scarce decipherable, but clearly sorted for preservation and tied with sprigged ribbon of a faraway fashion into little groups. Mar below ground is solidly founded, underlaid with great straddling cellars, sound and dry, that are like the groined crypts of churches, and that present themselves to the meagre modern conception as the treasure chambers of stout merchants and bankers in the old bustling days. A recess in the thickness of one of the walls had yielded up, on resolute investigation, that of the local youth employed for odd jobs and who had happened to explore in this direction on his own account, a collection of rusty superfluities, among which the small chest in question had been dragged to light. It produced, of course, an instant impression and figured as a discovery, though, indeed, as rather a deceptive one on its having, when forced open, nothing better to show, at the best, than a quantity of rather illegible correspondence. The good ladies had naturally had for the moment a fluttered hope of old golden guineas, a miser's hoard, perhaps even of a hatful of those foreign coins of old-fashioned romance, ducats, doubloons, pieces of 8, as are sometimes found to have come to hiding from overseas in ancient ports. But they had to accept their disappointment, which they sought to do by making the best of the papers, by agreeing, in other words, to regard them as wonderful. Well, they were, doubtless, wonderful, which didn't prevent them, however, from appearing to be, on superficial inspection, also rather a weary labyrinth. Baffling, at any rate, to Miss Susan's unpractised eyes, the little pale-ribboned packets were, for several evenings, round the fire, while she luxuriously dozed, taken in hand by Miss Amy, with the result that on a certain occasion when, toward 9 o'clock, Miss Susan woke up, she found her fellow labourer fast asleep. A slightly irritated confession of ignorance of the Gothic character was the further consequence, and the upshot of this, in turn, was the idea of appeal to Mr. Patten. Mr. Patten was the vicar, and was known to interest himself, as such, in the ancient annals of Mar, in addition to which, and to its being even held a little that his sense of the affairs of the hour was sometimes sacrificed to such inquiries, he was a gentleman with a humour of his own, a flushed face, a bushy eyebrow, and a black wide-awake worn sociably askew. "You will tell us," said Amy Frush, "if there's anything in them." "Yet if it should be," Susan suggested, "anything we mayn't like." "Well, that's just what I'm thinking of," returned Miss Amy in her offhand way. "If it's anything we shouldn't know." "We only have to tell him not to tell us?" "Oh, certainly," said mild Miss Susan. She took upon herself even to give him that warning when, on the invitation of our friends, Mr. Patten came to tea and to talk things over. Miss Amy sitting by and raising no protest, but distinctly promising herself that, whatever there might be to be known, and however objectionable, she would privately get it out of their initiator. She found herself already hoping that it would be something too bad for her cousin, too bad for anyone else at all, to know, and that it most properly might remain between them. Mr. Patten, at sight of the papers, exclaimed, perhaps a trifle ambiguously, and by no means clerically, "My eye, what a lark!" and retired, after 3 cups of tea, in an overcoat bulging with his spoil. Chapter 2. At 10 o'clock that evening the pair separated as usual on the upper landing, outside their respective doors, for the night. But Miss Amy had hardly set down her candle on a dressing-table before she was startled by an extraordinary sound, which appeared to proceed not only from her companion's room, but from her companion's throat. It was something she would have described, had she ever described it, as between a gurgle and a shriek, and it brought Amy Frush, after an interval of stricken stillness that gave her just enough time to say to herself, "Someone under a bed," breathlessly and bravely back to the landing. She had not reached it, however, before her neighbour, bursting in, met her and stayed her. "There's someone in my room." They held each other. "But who?" "A man." "Under the bed?" "No, just standing there." They continued to hold each other, but they rocked. "Standing? Where? How?" "Why, right in the middle, before my dressing-glass." Amy's blanched face by this time matched her mate's, but its terror was enhanced by speculation. "To look at himself?" "No, with his back to it, to look at me," poor Susan just audibly breathed. "To keep me off," she quavered. "In strange clothes of another age, with his head on one side." Amy wondered. "On one side?" "Awfully," the refugee declared while, clinging together, they sounded each other. This somehow for Miss Amy was the convincing touch, and on it, after a moment, she was capable of the effort of darting back to close her own door. "You'll remain then with me?" "Oh," Miss Susan wailed with deep assent, quite as if, had she been a slangy person, she would have ejaculated, "Rather!" So they spent the night together, with the assumption thus marked from the first, both that it would have been vain to confront their visitor, as they didn't even pretend to each other that they would have confronted a housebreaker, and that by leaving the place at his mercy nothing worse could happen than had already happened. It was Miss Amy's approaching the door again, as with intent ear, and after a hush that had represented between them a deep and extraordinary interchange. It was this that put them promptly face to face with the real character of the occurrence. "Ah," Miss Susan, still under her breath, portentously remarked, "it isn't anyone?" "No," her partner was already able magnificently to take her up. "It isn't anyone who can really hurt us," Miss Susan completed her thought, and Miss Amy, as it proved, had been so indescribably prepared that this thought, before morning, had, in the strangest, finest way, made for itself an admirable place with them. The person the elder of our pair had seen in her room was not, well, just simply was not anyone in from outside. He was a different thing altogether. Miss Amy had felt it as soon as she heard her friend's cry and become aware of her commotion. As soon, at all events, as she saw Miss Susan's face. That was all, and there it was. There had been something hitherto wanting, they felt, to their small state and importance. It was present now, and they were as handsomely conscious of it as if they had previously missed it. The element in question, then, was a third person in their association, a hovering presence for the dark hours, a figure that, with its head very much, too much, on one side, could be trusted to look at them out of unnatural places, yet only, it doubtless might be assumed, to look at them. They had it at last, had what was to be had in an old house where many, too many, things had happened, where the very walls they touched and floors they trod could have told secrets and named names, where every surface was a blurred mirror of life and death, of the endured, the remembered, the forgotten. Yes, the place was H, but they stopped at sounding the word. And by morning, wonderful to say, they were used to it, had quite lived into it. Not only this, indeed, but they had their prompt theory. There was a connection between the finding of the box in the vault and the appearance in Miss Susan's room. The heavy air of the past had been stirred by the bringing to light of what had so long been hidden. The communication of the papers to Mr. Patten had had its effect. They faced each other in the morning at breakfast over the certainty that their queer, roused inmate was the sign of the violated secret of these relics. No matter, for the sake of the secret they would put up with his attention, and, this, in them, was most beautiful of all, they must, though he was such an addition to their grandeur, keep him quite to themselves. Other people might hear of what was in the letters, but they should never hear of him. They were not afraid that either of the maids should see him. He was not a matter for maids. The question, indeed, was whether, should he keep it up long, they themselves would find that they could really live with him. Yet perhaps his keeping it up would be just what would make them indifferent. They turned these things over, but spent the next nights together, and on the third day, in the course of their afternoon walk, descried at a distance the vicar, who, as soon as he saw them, waved his arms violently, either as a warning or as a joke, and came more than half-way to meet them. It was in the middle, or what passed for such, of the big, bleak, blank, melancholy square of Mar, a public place, as it were, of such an absurd capacity for a crowd, with the great ivy-mantled choir and stopped transept of the nobly planned church, telling of how many centuries ago it had, for its part, given up growing. "Why, my dear ladies," cried Mr. Patten as he approached, "do you know what, of all things in the world, I seem to make out for you from your funny old letters?" Then, as they waited, extremely on their guard now, "neither more nor less, if you please, than that one of your ancestors in the last century, Mr. Cuthbert Frush, it would seem by name, was hanged." They never knew afterwards which of the two had first found composure, found even dignity to respond. "And pray, Mr. Patten, for what?" "Ah, that's just what I don't yet get hold of. But if you don't mind my digging away," and the vicar's bushy, jolly brows turned from one of the ladies to the other, "I think I can run it to earth. They hanged in those days, you know," he added, as if he had seen something in their faces, "for almost any trifle." "Oh, I hope it wasn't for a trifle," Miss Susan strangely tittered. "Yes, of course one would like that, while he was about it. Well, it had been, as they say," Mr. Patten laughed, "rather for a sheep than for a lamb." Did they hang at that time for a sheep? Miss Amy wonderingly asked. It made their friend laugh again. The question's whether he did, but we'll find out. 'Pon my word, you know, I quite want to myself. I'm awfully busy, but I think I can promise you that you shall hear. You don't mind? He insisted. I think we could bear anything, said Miss Amy. Miss Susan gazed at her on this, as for reference and appeal. And what is he, after all, at this time of day, to us? Her kinswoman, meeting the eyeglass fixedly, spoke with gravity. Oh, an ancestor's always an ancestor. Well said and well felt, dear lady, the vicar declared, whatever they may have done. It isn't everyone, Miss Amy replied, that has them to be ashamed of. And we're not ashamed yet, Miss Frush jerked out. Let me promise you, then, that you shan't be. Only, for I am busy, said Mr. Patten, give me time. Ah, but we want the truth, they cried with high emphasis as he quitted them. They were much excited now. He answered by pulling up and turning round as short as if his professional character had been challenged. Isn't it just in the truth, and the truth only, that I deal? This they recognised as much as his love of a joke, and so they were left there together in the pleasant, if slightly overdone, void of the square, which wore at moments the air of a conscious demonstration, intended as an appeal, of the shrinkage of the population of Mar to a solitary cat. They walked on after a little, but they waited till the vicar was ever so far away before they spoke again, all the more that their doing so must bring them once more to a pause. Then they had a long look. Hanged, said Miss Amy, yet almost exultantly. This was, however, because it was not she who had seen. That's why his head, but Miss Susan faltered. Her companion took it in. Oh, has such a dreadful twist? It is dreadful, Miss Susan at last dropped, speaking as if she had been present at 20 executions. There would have been no saying at any rate what it didn't evoke from Miss Amy. It breaks their neck, she contributed after a moment. Miss Susan looked away. That's why, I suppose, the head turns so fearfully awry. It's a most peculiar effect. So peculiar, it might have seemed, that it made them silent afresh. Well, then, I hope he killed someone, Miss Amy broke out at last. Her companion thought. Wouldn't it depend on whom? No, she returned with her characteristic briskness, a briskness that set them again into motion. That Mr. Patten was tremendously busy was evident indeed, as even by the end of the week he had nothing more to impart. The whole thing meanwhile came up again, on the Sunday afternoon, as the younger Miss Frush had been quite confident that from one day to the other it must. They went inveterately to evening church, to the close of which supper was postponed, and Miss Susan on this occasion, ready the first, patiently awaited her mate at the foot of the stairs. Miss Amy at last came down, buttoning a glove, rustling the tail of a frock, and looking, as her kinswoman always thought, conspicuously young and smart. There was no one at Mar, she held, who dressed like her, and Miss Amy, it must be owned, had also settled to this view of Miss Susan, though taking it in a different spirit. Dusk had gathered, but our frugal pair were always tardy lighters, and the grey close of day, in which the elder lady, on a high-backed hall chair, sat with hands patiently folded, had for all cheer the subdued glow, always subdued, of the small fire in the drawing-room, visible through a door that stood open. Into the drawing-room Miss Amy passed in search of the prayer-book she had laid down there after morning church, and from it, after a minute, without this volume, she returned to her companion. There was something in her movement that spoke for a moment so largely that nothing more was said till, with a quick unanimity, they had got themselves straight out of the house. There, before the door, in the cold, still twilight of the winter's end, while the church bells rang, and the windows of the great choir showed across the empty square, faintly red, they had it out again. But it was Miss Susan herself this time who had to bring it. "He's there?" "Before the fire with his back to it." "Well, now you see," Miss Susan exclaimed with elation, and as if her friend had hitherto doubted her. "Yes, I see, and what you mean." Miss Amy was deeply thoughtful. "About his head?" "It is on one side," Miss Amy went on. "It makes him—" She considered, but she faltered, as if still in his presence. "It makes him awful," Miss Susan murmured. "The way," she softly moaned, "he looks at you." Miss Amy, with a glance, met this recognition. "Yes, doesn't he?" Then her eyes attached themselves to the red windows of the church. "But it means something." "The Lord knows what it means," her associate gloomily sighed. Then, after an instant, "Did he move?" Miss Susan asked. "No, and I didn't." "Oh, I did," Miss Susan declared, recalling her more precipitous retreat. "I mean I took my time. I waited." "To see him fade?" Miss Amy for a moment said nothing. "He doesn't fade. That's it." "Oh, then you did move," her relative rejoined. Again for a little while she was silent. "One has to. But I don't know what really happened. Of course I came back to you. What I mean is that I took him thoroughly in. He's young," she added. "But he's bad," said Miss Susan. "He's handsome," Miss Amy brought out after a moment, and she showed herself even prepared to continue. "Splendidly." "Splendidly? With his neck broken, with that terrible look?" "It's just the look that makes him so. It's the wonderful eyes. They mean something," Amy Frush brooded. She spoke with a decision of which Susan presently betrayed the effect. "And what do they mean?" Her friend had stared again at the glimmering windows of St. Thomas of Canterbury. "That it's time we should get to church." End of section 17. Section 18 of The Soft Side. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. The Soft Side by Henry James. The Third Person, Chapters 3 to 5. Chapter 3. The curate that evening did duty alone, but on the morrow the vicar called, and, as soon as he got into the room, let them again have it. He was hanged for smuggling. They stood there before him, almost cold in their surprise, and diffusing an air in which, somehow, this misdemeanour sounded out as the coarsest of all. "Smuggling?" Miss Susan disappointedly echoed, as if it presented itself to the first chill of their apprehension that he had, then, only been vulgar. "Ah, but they hanged for it freely, you know. And I was an idiot for not having taken it, in his case, for granted. If a man swung hereabouts, it was mostly for that. Don't you know it's on that we stand here today, such as we are, on the fact of what our bold, bad forefathers were not afraid of? It's in the floors we walk on and under the roofs that cover us. They smuggled so hard that they never had time to do anything else. And if they broke a head not their own, it was only in the awkwardness of landing their brandy kegs. I mean, dear ladies," good Mr. Patten wound up, "no disrespect to your forefathers when I tell you that, as I've rather been supposing that, like all the rest of us, you were aware, they conveniently lived by it." Miss Susan wondered, visibly, almost doubted. Gentlefolks? It was the gentlefolks who were the worst. They must have been the bravest, Miss Amy interjected. She had listened to their visitor's free explanation with a rapid return of colour. "And since if they lived by it, they also died for it, There's nothing at all to be said against them. I quite agree with you, the vicar laughed, for all my cloth, and I even go so far as to say, shocking as you may think me, that we owe them, in our shabby little shrunken present, the sense of a bustling background, a sort of undertone of romance. They give us, he humorously kept it up, verging perilously near, for his cloth, upon positive paradox, our little handful of legend and our small possibility of ghosts. He paused an instant, with his lighter pulpit manner, but the ladies exchanged no look. They were, in fact, already, with an immense revulsion, carried quite as far away. Every penny in the place, really, that hasn't been earned by subtler, not nobler, arts in our own virtuous time, and though it's a pity, there are not more of them. Every penny in the place was picked up somehow by a clever trick, and at the risk of your neck, when the backs of the king's officers were turned. It's shocking, you know, what I'm saying to you, and I wouldn't say it to everyone, but I think of some of the shabby old things about us that represent such pickings with a sort of sneaking kindness, as relics of our heroic age. What are we now? We were at any rate devils of fellows then. Susan Frush considered it all solemnly, struggling with the spell of this evocation. But must we forget that they were wicked? Never, Mr. Patten laughed. Thank you, dear friend, for reminding me. Only I'm worse than they. But would you do it? Murder a coastguard? The vicar scratched his head. I hope, said Miss Amy rather surprisingly, you'd defend yourself. And she gave Miss Susan a superior glance. I would, she distinctly added. Her companion anxiously took it up. Would you defraud the revenue? Miss Amy hesitated but a moment, then with a strange laugh, which she covered, however, by turning instantly away. Yes, she remarkably declared. Their visitor at this, amused and amusing, eagerly seized her arm. Then, may I count on you at the stroke of midnight to help me? To help you? To land the last new Tauschnitz. She met the proposal as one whose fancy had kindled, while her cousin watched them as if they had suddenly improvised a drawing-room charade. Service of danger? Under the cliff, when you see the lugger stand in. Armed to the teeth? Yes, but invisibly. Your old waterproof. Mine is due. I'll take Susan's. This good lady, however, had her reserves. Mayn't one of them, all the same, here and there, have been sorry? Mr. Patten wondered. For the jobs he muffed? For the wrong, as it was wrong, he did. One of them? She had gone too far, for the vicar suddenly looked as if he divined in the question a reference. They became, however, as promptly unanimous in meeting this danger, as to which Miss Susan in particular showed an inspired presence of mind. Two of them, she sweetly smiled. May not Amy and I? Vicariously repent, said Mr. Patten. That depends, for the true honour of Ma, on how you show it. Oh, we shan't show it, Miss Amy cried. Ah, then, Mr. Patten returned, though atonements, to be efficient, are supposed to be public, you may do penance in secret as much as you please. Well, I shall do it, said Susan Frush. Again, by something in her tone, the vicar's attention appeared to be caught. Have you then in view a particular form of atonement? She coloured now, glaring rather helplessly in spite of herself at her companion. Oh, if you're sincere, you'll always find one. Amy came to her assistance. The way she often treats me has made her, though there's after all no harm in her, familiar with remorse. Mayn't we at any rate, the younger lady continued, now have our letters back? And the vicar left them with the assurance that they should receive the bundle on the morrow. They were indeed so at one as to shrouding their mystery that no explicit agreement, no exchange of vows, needed to pass between them. They only settled down from this moment to an unshared possession of their secret, an economy in the use, and, as may even be said, the enjoyment of it that was part of their general instinct and habit of thrift. It had been the disposition, the practice, the necessity of each to keep, fairly indeed to clutch, everything that, as they often phrased it, came their way, and this was not the first time such an influence had determined for them an affirmation of property in objects to which ridicule, suspicion, or some other inconvenience might attach. It was their simple philosophy that one never knew of what service an odd object might not be, and there were days now on which they felt themselves to have made a better bargain with their aunt's executors than was witnessed in those law papers, which they had at first timorously regarded as the record of advantages taken of them in matters of detail. They had got, in short, more than was vulgarly, more than was even shrewdly supposed, such an indescribable unearned increment as might scarce more be divulged as a dread than as a delight. They drew together, old-maidishly, in a suspicious, invidious grasp of the idea that a dread of their own, and blissfully not, of course, that of a failure of any essential supply, might, on nearer acquaintance, positively turn to a delight. Upon some such attempted consideration of it, at all events, they found themselves embarking after their last interview with Mr. Patten, an understanding conveyed between them in no redundancy of discussion, no flippant repetitions, nor profane recurrences, yet resting on a sense of added margin, of appropriated history, of liberties taken with time and space, that would leave them prepared both for the worst and for the best. The best would be that something that would turn out to their advantage might prove to be hidden about the place. The worst would be that they might find themselves growing to depend only too much on excitement. They found themselves amazingly reconciled, on Mr. Patten's information, to the particular character thus fixed on their visitor. They knew by tradition and fiction that even the highwaymen of the same picturesque age were often gallant gentlemen. Therefore a smuggler, by such a measure, fairly belonged to the aristocracy of crime. When their packet of documents came back from the vicarage, Miss Amy, to whom her associate continued to leave them, took them once more in hand, but with an effect afresh of discouragement and languor, a headachy sense of faded ink, of strange spelling and crabbed characters, of allusions she couldn't follow and parts she couldn't match. She placed the tattered papers piously together, wrapping them tenderly in a piece of old figured silken stuff. Then, as solemnly as if they had been archives or statutes or title deeds, laid them away in one of the several small cupboards lodged in the thickness of the wainscoted walls. What really most sustained our friends in all ways was their consciousness of having, after all, and so contrariwise to what appeared, a man in the house. It removed them from that category of the manless into which no lady really lapses till every issue is closed. Their visitor was an issue, at least to the imagination, and they arrived finally, under provocation, at intensities of flutter, in which they felt themselves so compromised by his hoverings that they could only consider with relief the fact of nobody's knowing. The real complication indeed at first was that for some weeks after their talks with Mr. Patten the hoverings quite ceased, a circumstance that brought home to them in some degree a sense of indiscretion and indelicacy. They hadn't mentioned him, no, but they had come perilously near it, and they had doubtless, at any rate, too recklessly let in the light on old buried and sheltered things, old sorrows and shames. They roamed about the house themselves at times, fitfully and singly, when each supposed the other out or engaged. They paused and lingered, like soundless apparitions, in corners, doorways, passages, and sometimes suddenly met in these experiments with a suppressed start and a mute confession. They talked of him practically never, but each knew how the other thought, all the more that it was, oh yes, unmistakably, in a manner different from her own. They were together none the less in feeling, while week after week he failed again to show, as if they had been guilty of blowing with an effect of sacrilege on old gathered silvery ashes. It frankly came out for them that, possessed as they so strangely, yet so ridiculously were, they should be able to settle to nothing till their consciousness was yet again confirmed. Whatever the subject of it might have for them of fear or favour, profit or loss, he had taken the taste from everything else. He had converted them into wandering ghosts. At last one day, with nothing they could afterwards perceive to have determined it, the change came. Came, as the previous splash in their stillness had come, by the pale testimony of Miss Susan. She waited till after breakfast to speak of it, or Miss Amy, rather, waited to hear her, for she showed during the meal the face of controlled commotion that her comrade already knew, and that must, with the game loyally played, serve as preface to a disclosure. The younger of the friends really watched the elder, over their tea and toast, as if seeing her for the first time as possibly tortuous, suspecting in her some intention of keeping back what had happened. What had happened was that the image of the hanged man had reappeared in the night, yet only after they had moved together to the drawing-room did Miss Amy learn the facts. I was beside the bed, in that low chair, about, since Miss Amy must know, to take off my right shoe. I had noticed nothing before, and had had time partly to undress, had got into my wrapper, so suddenly, as I happened to look, there he was. And there, said Susan Frush, he stayed. But where do you mean? In the high-backed chair, the old flowered chintz ear chair, beside the chimney. All night? And you in your wrapper? Then, as if this image almost challenged her credulity, why didn't you go to bed? Miss Amy inquired. With a person in the room? Her friend wonderfully asked, adding after an instant, as with positive pride, I never broke the spell. And didn't freeze to death? Yes, almost, to say nothing of not having slept. I can assure you, one wink. I shut my eyes for long stretches, but whenever I opened them, he was still there, and I never for a moment lost consciousness. Miss Amy gave a groan of conscientious sympathy. So that you're feeling now, of course, half dead. Her companion turned to the chimney-glass a wan, glazed eye. I dare say I am looking impossible. Miss Amy, after an instant, found herself still conscientious. You are. Her own eyes strayed to the glass, lingering there while she lost herself in thought. Really, she reflected with a certain dryness, if that's the kind of thing it's to be, there would seem, in a word, to be no withstanding it for either. Why, she afterwards asked herself in secret, should the restless spirit of a dead adventurer have addressed itself, in its trouble, to such a person as her queer, quaint, inefficient housemate? It was in her, she dumbly and somewhat sorely argued, that an unappeased soul of the old race should show a confidence. To this conviction she was the more directed by the sense that Susan had, in relation to the preference shown, vain and foolish complacencies. She had her idea of what, in their prodigious predicament, should be, as she called it, done, And that was a question that Amy from this time began to nurse the small aggression of not so much as discussing with her. She had certainly, poor Miss Frush, a new and obscure reticence, and since she wouldn't speak first, she should have silence to her fill. Miss Amy, however, peopled the silence with conjectural visions of her kinswoman's secret communion. Miss Susan, it was true, showed nothing on any particular occasion more than usual, but this was just a part of the very felicity that had begun to harden and uplift her. Days and nights hereupon elapsed without bringing felicity of any order to Amy Frush. If she had no emotions, it was, she suspected, because Susan had them all, and, it would have been preposterous had it not been pathetic, she proceeded rapidly to hug the opinion that Susan was selfish and even something of a sneak. Politeness between them still reigned, but confidence had flown, and its place was taken by open ceremonies and confessed precautions. Miss Susan looked blank but resigned, which maintained again, unfortunately, her superior air and the presumption of her duplicity. Her manner was of not knowing where her friend's shoe pinched, but it might have been taken by a jaundiced eye for surprise at the challenge of her monopoly. The unexpected resistance of her nerves was indeed a wonder. Was that then the result, even for a shaky old woman, of shocks sufficiently repeated? Miss Amy brooded on the rich inference that, if the first of them didn't prostrate and the rest didn't undermine, one might keep them up as easily as, well, say, an unavowed acquaintance or a private commerce of letters. She was startled at the comparison into which she fell. But what was this but an intrigue like another? And fancy Susan carrying one on! That history of the long night hours of the pair in the two chairs kept before her, for it was always present, the extraordinary measure. Was the situation it involved only grotesque, or was it quite grimly grand? It struck her as both, but that was the case with all their situations. Would it be in herself, at any rate, to show such a front? She put herself such questions till she was tired of them. A few good moments of her own would have cleared the air. Luckily, they were to come. Chapter 4. It was on a Sunday morning in April, a day brimming over with the turn of the season. She had gone into the garden before church. They cherished alike, with pottering intimacies and opposed theories, and a wonderful apparatus of old gloves and trowels and spuds and little botanical cards on sticks, this feature of their establishment, where they could still differ without fear and agree without diplomacy, and which now, with its vernal promise, threw beauty and gloom and light and space, a great good-natured ease, into their wavering scales. She was dressed for church, but when Susan, who had, from a window, seen her wandering, stooping, examining, touching, appeared in the doorway to signify a like readiness, she suddenly felt her intention checked. "Thank you," she said, drawing near. "I think that, though I've dressed, I won't, after all, go. Please, therefore, proceed without me." Miss Susan fixed her. "You are not well?" "Not particularly. I shall be better. The morning's so perfect here." "Are you really ill?" "Indisposed, but not enough so, thank you, for you to stay with me." "Then it has come on but just now?" "No, I felt not quite fit when I dressed, but it won't do." "Yet you'll stay out here?" Miss Amy looked about. "It will depend." Her friend paused long enough to have asked what it would depend on, but abruptly, after this contemplation, turned instead, and merely throwing over her shoulder an "At least take care of yourself," went rustling, in her stiffest Sunday fashion, about her business. Miss Amy, left alone, as she clearly desired to be, lingered a while in the garden, where the sense of things was somehow made still more delicious by the sweet, vain sounds from the church tower. But by the end of 10 minutes she had returned to the house. The sense of things was not delicious there, for what it had at last come to was that, as they thought of each other what they couldn't say, all their contacts were hard and false. The real wrong was in what Susan thought, as to which she was much too proud and too sore to undeceive her. Miss Amy went vaguely to the drawing-room. They sat as usual after church at their early Sunday dinner, face to face, but little passed between them save that Miss Amy felt better, that the curate had preached, that nobody else had stayed away, and that everybody had asked why Amy had. Amy, hereupon, satisfied everybody by feeling well enough to go in the afternoon, on which occasion, on the other hand, and for reasons even less luminous than those that had operated with her mate in the morning, Miss Susan remained within. Her comrade came back late, having after church paid visits, and found her, as daylight faded, seated in the drawing-room, placid and dressed, but without so much as a Sunday book. The place contained whole shelves of such readings, in her hand. She looked so as if a visitor had just left her that Amy put the question, "Has anybody called?" "Dear no, I've been quite alone." This again was indirect, and it instantly determined for Miss Amy a conviction that, on her also sitting down just as she was, and in a silence that prolonged itself, promoted in its turn another determination. The April dusk gathered, and still, without further speech, the companions sat there. But at last Miss Amy said in a tone not quite her commonest, "This morning he came, while you were at church. I suppose it must have been really, though of course I couldn't know it, what I was moved to stay at home for." She spoke now, out of her contentment, as if to oblige with explanations. But it was strange how Miss Susan met her. "You stay at home for him? I don't." She fairly laughed at the triviality of the idea. Miss Amy was naturally struck by it, and after an instant even nettled. "Then why did you do so this afternoon?" "Oh, it wasn't for that," Miss Susan lightly quavered. She made her distinction. "I really wasn't well." At this, her cousin brought it out. "But he's been with you?" "My dear child," said Susan, launched unexpectedly even to herself, "he's with me so often that if I put myself out for him—" But, as if at sight of something that showed through the twilight in her friend's face, she pulled herself up. Amy, however, spoke with studied stillness. "You've ceased then to put yourself out? You gave me, you remember, an instance of how you once did." And she tried on her side a laugh. "Oh yes, that was at first, but I've seen such a lot of him since." "Do you mean you hadn't?" Susan asked. Then, as her companion only sat looking at her, "Has this been really the first time for you since we last talked?" Miss Amy for a minute said nothing. "You've actually believed me?" "To be enjoying on your own account what I enjoy? How couldn't I, at the very least?" Miss Susan cried. "So grand and strange as you must allow me to say you struck me." Amy hesitated. "I hope I've sometimes struck you as decent." But it was a touch that, in her friend's almost amused preoccupation with a simple fact, happily fell short. "You've only been waiting for what didn't come?" Miss Amy coloured in the dusk. "It came, as I tell you, today." "Better late than never." And Miss Susan got up. Amy Frush sat looking. "It's because you thought you had ground for jealousy that you've been extraordinary." Poor Susan at this quite bounced about. "Jealousy?" It was a tone, never heard from her before, that brought Amy Frush to her feet, so that for a minute, in the unlighted room where, in the honour of the spring, there had been no fire and the evening chill had gathered, they stood as enemies. It lasted, fortunately, even long enough to give one of them time suddenly to find it horrible. "But why should we quarrel now?" Amy broke out in a different voice. Susan was not too alienated quickly enough to meet it. "It is rather wretched." "Now when we're equal?" Amy went on. "Yes, I suppose we are." Then, however, as if just to attenuate the admission, Susan had her last lapse from grace. "They say, you know, that when women do quarrel, it's usually about a man." Amy recognised it, but also with a reserve. "Well then, let the first be one." "And don't you call him?" "No," Amy declared, and turned away, while her companion showed her a vain wonder for what she could in that case have expected. Their identity of privilege was thus established, but it is not certain that the air with which she indicated that the subject had better drop didn't press down for an instant her side of the balance. She knew that she knew most about men. The subject did drop for the time, it being agreed between them that neither should from that hour expect from the other any confession or report. They would treat all occurrences now as not worth mentioning, a course easy to pursue from the moment the suspicion of jealousy had on each side been so completely laid to rest. They led their life a month or two on the smooth ground of taking everything for granted, by the end of which time, however, try as they would, they had set up no question that, while they met as a pair of gentlewomen living together only must meet, could successfully pretend to take the place of that of Cuthbert Frush. The spring softened and deepened, reached out its tender arms and scattered its shy graces. The earth broke, the air stirred, with emanations that were as touches and voices of the past. Our friends bent their backs in their garden and their noses over its symptoms. They opened their windows to the mildness and tracked it to the lanes and by the hedges. Yet the plant of conversation between them markedly failed to renew itself with the rest. It was not indeed that the mildness was not within them as well as without. All asperity, at least, had melted away. They were more than ever pleased with their general acquisition, which, at the winter's end, seemed to give out more of its old secrets, to hum, however faintly, with more of its old echoes, to creak, here and there, with the expiring throb of old aches. The deepest sweetness of the spring at Mar was just in its being in this way an attestation of age and rest. The place never seemed to have lived and lingered so long as when kind nature, like a maiden blessing a crone, laid rosy hands on its grizzled head. Then the new season was a light held up to show all the dignity of the years, but also all the wrinkles and scars. The good ladies in whom we are interested changed, at any rate, with the happy days, and it finally came out not only that the invidious note had dropped, but that it had positively turned to music. The whole tone of the time made so for tenderness that it really seemed as if at moments they were sad for each other. They had their grounds at last. Each found them in her own consciousness, but it was as if each waited, on the other hand, to be sure she could speak without offence. Fortunately, at last, the tense cord snapped. The old churchyard at Mar is still liberal. It does its immemorial utmost to people, with names and dates and memories and eulogies, with generations foreshortened and confounded, the high empty table at which the grand old cripple of the church looks down over the low wall. It serves as an easy thoroughfare, and the stranger finds himself pausing in it with a sense of respect and compassion for the great maimed, ivied shoulders, as the image strikes him, of stone. Miss Susan and Miss Amy were strangers enough still to have sunk down one May morning on the sun-warmed tablet of an ancient tomb, and to have remained looking about them in a sort of anxious peace. Their walks were all pointless now, as if they always stopped and turned, for an unconfessed want of interest, before reaching their object. That object presented itself at every start as the same to each, but they had come back too often without having got near it. This morning, strangely, on the return, and almost in sight of their door, they were more in presence of it than they had ever been, and they seemed fairly to touch it when Susan said at last, quite in the air, and with no traceable reference, "I hope you don't mind, dearest, if I'm awfully sorry for you." "Oh, I know it," Amy returned. "I've felt it. But what does it do for us?" she asked. Then Susan saw, with wonder and pity, how little resentment for penetration or patronage she had had to fear, and out of what a depth of sentiment similar to her own her companion helplessly spoke. "You're sorry for me?" Amy at first only looked at her with tired eyes, putting out a hand that remained a while on her arm. "Dear old girl, you might have told me before," she went on as she took everything in. "Though, after all, haven't we each really known it?" "Well," said Susan, "we've waited. We could only wait." "Then, if we've waited together," her friend returned, "that has helped us." "Yes, to keep him in his place. Who would ever believe in him?" Miss Susan wearily wondered, "if it wasn't for you and for me." "Not doubting of each other," her companion took her up. "Yes, there wouldn't be a creature. It's lucky for us," said Miss Amy, "that we don't doubt." "Oh, if we did, we shouldn't be sorry." "No, except selfishly for ourselves. I am, assure you, for myself, it has made me older. But luckily, at any rate, we trust each other." "We do," said Miss Susan. "We do," Miss Amy repeated. They lingered a little on that. "But except making one feel older, what has it done for one?" "There it is." "And though we've kept him in his place," Miss Amy continued, "he has also kept us in ours. We've lived with it," she declared in melancholy justice. "And we wondered at first if we could," she ironically added. "Well, isn't just what we feel now, that we can't any longer?" "No, it must stop, and I've my idea," said Susan Frush. "Oh, I assure you I've mine," her cousin responded. "Then if you want to act, don't mind me." "Because you certainly won't me?" "No, I suppose not. Well—" Amy sighed, as if, merely from this, relief had at last come. Her comrade echoed it. They remained side by side, and nothing could have more oddity than what was assumed alike in what they had said, in what they still kept back. There would have been this at least in their favour for a questioner of their case, that each, charged dejectedly with her own experience, took, on the part of the other, the extraordinary, the ineffable, in fact, all for granted. They never named it again, as indeed it was not easy to name. The whole matter shrouded itself in personal discriminations and privacies. The comparison of notes had become a thing impossible. What was definite was that they had lived into their queer story, passed through it as through an observed, a studied, eclipse of the usual, a period of reclusion, a financial, social, or moral crisis, and only desired now to live out of it again. The questioner we have been supposing might even have fancied that each, on her side, had hoped for something from it that she finally perceived it was never to give, which would have been exactly, moreover, the core of her secret and the explanation of her reserve. They, at least, as the business stood, put each other to no test, and, if they were in fact disillusioned and disappointed, came together after their long blight solidly on that. It fully appeared between them that they felt a great deal older. When they got up from their sun-warmed slab, however, reminding each other of luncheon, It was with a visible increase of ease, and with Miss Susan's hand drawn for the walk home into Miss Amy's arm. Thus the idea of each had continued unspoken and ungrudged. It was as if each wished the other to try her own first, from which it might have been gathered that they alike presented difficulty and even entailed expense. The great questions remained. What then did he mean? What then did he want? Absolution, peace, rest, his final reprieve? Merely to say that saw them no further on the way than they had already come. What were they at last to do for him? What could they give him that he would take? The ideas they respectively nursed still bore no fruit, and at the end of another month Miss Susan was frankly anxious about Miss Amy. Miss Amy as freely admitted that people must have begun to notice strange marks in them, and to look for reasons. They were changed. They must change back. Chapter 5. Yet it was not till one morning at midsummer, on their meeting for breakfast, that the elder lady fairly attacked the younger's last entrenchment. Poor Susan, Miss Amy had said to herself as her cousin came into the room, and a moment later she brought out, for very pity, her appeal. What then is yours? My idea? It was clearly at last a vague comfort to Miss Susan to be asked. Yet her answer was desolate. Oh, it's no use. But how do you know? Why, I tried it 10 days ago, and I thought at first it had answered, but it hasn't. He's back again? Wan, tired, Miss Susan gave it up. Back again. Miss Amy, after one of the long, odd looks that had now become their most frequent form of intercourse, thought it over. And just the same? Worse. Dear, said Miss Amy, clearly knowing what that meant. Then what did you do? Her friend brought it roundly out. I made my sacrifice. Miss Amy, though still more deeply interrogative, hesitated. But of what? Why, of my little all, or almost. The almost seemed to puzzle Miss Amy, who moreover had plainly no clue to the property or attribute so described. Your little all? £20. Money? Miss Amy gasped. Her tone produced on her companion's part a wonder as great as her own. What then is it yours to give? My idea? It's not to give, cried Amy Frush. At the finer pride that broke out in this, poor Susan's blankness flushed. What then is it to do? But Miss Amy's bewilderment outlasted her reproach. Do you mean he takes money? The Chancellor of the Exchequer does, for conscience. Her friend's exploit shone larger. Conscience money? You sent it to government? Then, while as the effect of her surprise her mate looked too much a fool, Amy melted to kindness. Why, you secretive old thing! Miss Susan presently pulled herself more together. When your ancestor has robbed the revenue and his spirit walks for remorse, you paid to get rid of him. I see. And it becomes what the vicar called his atonement by deputy. But what if it isn't remorse? Miss Amy shrewdly asked. But it is, or it seemed to me so. Never to me, said Miss Amy. Again they searched each other. Then, evidently with you, he's different. Miss Amy looked away. I dare say. So what is your idea? Miss Amy thought. I'll tell you only if it works. Then for God's sake, try it. Miss Amy, still with averted eyes and now looking easily wise, continued to think. To try it I shall have to leave you. That's why I've waited so long. Then she fully turned, and with expression, "Can you face 3 days alone?" "Oh, alone! I wish I ever were." At this her friend, as for very compassion, kissed her, for it seemed really to have come out at last, and welcome, that poor Susan was the worse beset. "I'll do it, but I must go up to town. Ask me no questions. All I can tell you now is—" "Well?" Susan appealed, while Amy impressively fixed her. "It's no more remorse than I'm a smuggler." "What is it, then?" "It's bravado." And more shocked and scared than any that, in the whole business, had yet dropped from her, wound up poor Susan's share in this agreement, appearing as it did to represent for her a somewhat lurid inference. Amy clearly had lights of her own. It was by their aid, accordingly, that she immediately prepared for the first separation they had had yet to suffer, of which the consequence, 2 days later, was that Miss Susan, bowed and anxious, crept singly, on the return from their parting, up the steep hill that leads from the station of Mar, and passed ruefully under the ruined town gate, one of the old defences, that arches over it. But the full sequel was not for a month, one hot August night when, under the dim stars, they sat together in their little walled garden. Though they had by this time, in general, found again, as women only can find, the secret of easy speech, nothing, for the half hour, had passed between them. Susan had only sat waiting for her comrade to wake up. Miss Amy had taken of late to interminable dozing, as if with forfeits and arrears to recover. She might have been a convalescent from fever, repairing tissue and getting through time. Susan Frush watched her in the warm dimness, and the question between them was fortunately at last so simple that she had freedom to think her pretty in slumber, and to fear that she herself, so unguarded, presented an appearance less graceful. She was impatient, for her need had at last come, but she waited, and while she waited, she thought. She had already often done so, but the mystery deepened tonight in the story told, as it seemed to her by her companion's frequent relapses. What had been 3 weeks before the effort intense enough to leave behind such a trail of fatigue? The marks, sure enough, had shown in the poor girl that morning of the termination of the arranged absence, for which not 3 days, but 10, without word or sign, were to prove no more than sufficient. It was at an unnatural hour that Amy had turned up, dusty, dishevelled, inscrutable, confessing for the time to nothing more than a long night journey. Miss Susan prided herself on having played the game and respected, however tormenting, the conditions. She had her conviction that her friend had been out of the country, and she marvelled, thinking of her own old wanderings and her present settled fears, at the spirit with which a person who, whatever she had previously done, had not travelled, could carry off such a flight. The hour had come at last for this person to name her remedy. What determined it was, that as Susan Frush sat there, she took home the fact that the remedy was by this time not to be questioned. It had acted as her own had not, and Amy, to all appearance, had only waited for her to admit it. Well, she was ready when Amy woke immediately to meet her eyes and to show, after a moment, in doing so, a vision of what was in her mind. "What was it now?" Susan finally said. "My idea? Is it possible you've not guessed?" "Oh, you're deeper, much deeper," Susan sighed, "than I." Amy didn't contradict that, seemed indeed placidly enough to take it for truth, but she presently spoke as if the difference, after all, didn't matter now. "Happily for us today, isn't it so? Our case is the same. I can speak at any rate for myself. He has left me." "Thank God, then," Miss Susan devoutly murmured, "for he has left me." "Are you sure?" "Oh, I think so." But how? Well, said Miss Susan, after a hesitation, how are you? Amy, for a little, matched her pause. Ah, that's what I can't tell you. I can only answer for it that he's gone. Then allow me also to prefer not to explain. The sense of relief has for some reason grown strong in me during the last half hour. That's such a comfort that it's enough, isn't it? Oh, plenty. The garden side of their old house, a window or two dimly lighted, massed itself darkly in the summer night, and, with a common impulse, they gave it, across the little lawn, a long, fond look. Yes, they could be sure. Plenty, Amy repeated. He's gone. Susan's elder eyes hovered in the same way through her elegant glass at his purified haunt. He's gone. And how, she insisted, did you do it? Why, you dear goose, Miss Amy spoke a little strangely. I went to Paris. To Paris? To see what I could bring back, that I mightn't, that I shouldn't. To do a stroke with, Miss Amy brought out. But it left her friend still vague. A stroke? To get through the customs under their nose. It was only with this that, for Miss Susan, a pale light dawned. You wanted to smuggle? That was your idea? It was his, said Miss Amy. He wanted no conscience money spent for him, she now more bravely laughed. It was quite the other way about. He wanted some bold deed done of the old wild kind. He wanted some big risk taken, and I took it. She sprang up, rebounding in her triumph. Her companion, gasping, gazed at her. Might they have hanged you too? Miss Amy looked up at the dim stars. If I had defended myself, but luckily it didn't come to that. What I brought in, I brought. She rang out, more and more lucid now as she talked, triumphantly. To appease him, I braved them. I chanced it at Dover, and they never knew. Then you hid it? About my person. With the shiver of this, Miss Susan got up, and they stood there duskily together. It was so small, the elder lady wonderingly murmured. It was big enough to have satisfied him, her mate replied, with just a shade of sharpness. I chose it, with much thought, from the forbidden list. The forbidden list hung a moment in Miss Susan's eyes, suggesting to her, however, but a pale conjecture. A Tauschnitz? Miss Amy communed again with the August stars. It was the spirit of the deed that told. A Tauschnitz? Her friend insisted. Then at last her eyes again dropped, and the Misses Frush moved together to the house. Well, he's satisfied? Yes, and, Miss Susan mused a little ruefully as they went, you got at last your week in Paris. End of section 18.
Section 19 of The Soft Side. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by docdlmartin. The Soft Side by Henry James. Section 19. Maud-Evelyn. On some allusion to a lady who, though unknown to myself, was known to 2 or 3 of the company, it was asked by one of these if we had heard the odd circumstance of what she had just come in for, the piece of luck suddenly overtaking in the grey afternoon of her career so obscure and lonely a personage. We were at first, in our ignorance, mainly reduced to crude envy, but old Lady Emma, who for a while had said nothing, scarcely even appearing to listen, and letting the chatter, which was indeed plainly beside the mark, subside of itself, came back from a mental absence to observe that if what had happened to Lavinia was wonderful, certainly what had for years gone before it, led up to it, had likewise not been without some singular features. From this we perceive that Lady Emma had a story, moreover, out of the ken even of those of her listeners acquainted with the quiet person who was the subject of it. Almost the oddest thing, as came out afterwards, was that such a situation should for the world have remained so in the background of this person's life. By afterwards, I mean simply before we separated, for what came out on the spot, under encouragement and pressure, our common eager solicitation. Lady Emma, who always reminded me of a fine old instrument that has first to be tuned, agreed, after a few of our scrapings and fingerings, that, having said so much, she couldn't, without wantonly tormenting us, forbear to say all. She had known Lavinia, whom she mentioned throughout only by that name, from far away, and she had also known. But what had she known I must give as nearly as possible as she herself gave it. She talked to us from her corner of the sofa, and the flicker of the firelight in her face was like the glow of memory, the play of fancy from within. 1. Then why on earth don't you take him? I asked. I think that was the way that one day when she was about 20, before some of you perhaps were born, the affair for me must have begun. I put the question because I knew she had had a chance, though I didn't know how great a mistake her failure to embrace it was to prove. I took an interest because I liked them both. You see how I like young people still. And because, as they had originally met at my house, I had, in a manner, to answer to each for the other. I'm afraid I'm thrown baldly back on the fact that if the girl was the daughter of my earliest, almost my only governess, to whom I had remained much attached, and who, after leaving me, had married for a governess well, Marmaduke, it isn't his real name, was the son of one of the clever men who had, I was charming then, I assure you I was, wanted years before, and this one as a widower, to marry me. I hadn't cared, somehow, for widowers, but even after I had taken somebody else, I was conscious of a pleasant link with the boy whose stepmother it had been open to me to become, and to whom it was perhaps a little a matter of vanity with me to show that I should have been, for him, one of the kindest. This was what the woman his father eventually did marry was not, and that threw him upon me the more. Lavinia was one of 9, and her brothers and sisters, who had never done anything for her, help, actually, in different countries and on something, I believe, of that same scale to people the globe. There were mixed in her, then, in a puzzling way, 2 qualities that mostly exclude each other, an extreme timidity, and as the smallest fault that could qualify a harmless creature for a world of wickedness, a self-complacency hard in tiny, unexpected spots, for which I used sometimes to take her up, but which, I subsequently saw, would have done something for the flatness of her life had they not evaporated with everything else. She was, at any rate, one of those persons as to whom you don't know whether they might have been attractive if they had been happy, or might have been happy if they had been attractive. If I was a trifle vexed at her not jumping at Marmaduke, it was probably rather less because I expected wonders of him than because I thought she took her own prospect too much for granted. She had made a mistake and, before long, admitted it. Yet I remember that when she expressed to me a conviction that he would ask her again, I also thought this highly probable, for in the meantime I had spoken to him. She does care for you, I declared, and I can see at this moment, long ago though it be, his handsome, empty young face look, on the words, as if, in spite of itself for a little, it really thought. I didn't press the matter, for he had, after all, no great things to offer, yet my conscience was easier, later on, for having not said less. He had 350 a year from his mother, and one of his uncles had promised him something, I don't mean an allowance, but a place, if I recollect, in a business. He assured me that he loved as a man loves, a man of 22, but once. He said it, at all events, as a man says it but once. Well, then, I replied, your course is clear. To speak to her again, you mean? Yes, try it. He seemed to try it a moment in imagination, after which, a little to my surprise, he asked, would it be very awful if she should speak to me? I stared. Do you mean pursue you? Overtake you? Ah, if you're running away. I'm not running away. He was positive as to that, but when a fellow has gone so far... He can't go any further. Perhaps, I replied dryly, but in that case he shouldn't talk of caring. Oh, but I do. I shook my head. Not if you're too proud. On which I turned away, looking round at him again, however, after he had surprised me by a silence that seemed to accept my judgment. Then I saw he had not accepted it. I perceived it, indeed, to be essentially absurd. He expressed more on this than I had seen him do, had the queerest, frankest, and for a young man of his conditions, saddest smile. I'm not proud. It isn't in me. If you're not, you're not, you know. I don't think I'm proud enough. It came over me that this was, after all, probable. Yet somehow I didn't at the moment like him the less for it, though I spoke with some sharpness. Then what's the matter with you? He took a turn or two about the room, as if what he had just said had made him a little happier. Well, how can a man say more? Then, just as I was on the point of assuring him that I didn't know what he had said, he went on, I swore to her that I would never marry. Oughtn't that to be enough? To make her come after you? No, I suppose scarcely that, but to make her feel sure of me, to make her wait. Wait for what? Well, till I come back. Back from where? From Switzerland. Haven't I told you? I go there next month with my aunt and my cousin. He was quite right about not being proud. This was an alternative distinctly humble. 2. And yet, see what it brought forth, the beginning of which was something that, early in the autumn, I learned from poor Lavinia. He had written to her. They were still such friends, and thus it was that she knew his aunt and his cousin to have come back without him. He had stayed much longer and traveled much further. He had been to the Italian lakes and to Venice. He was now in Paris. At this I vaguely wondered, knowing that he was always short of funds and that he must, by his uncle's beneficence, have started on the journey on a basis of expenses paid. Then whom has he picked up? I asked, but feeling sorry, as soon as I had spoken, to have made Lavinia blush. It was almost as if he had picked up some improper lady, though in this case he wouldn't have told her, and it wouldn't have saved him money. Oh, he makes acquaintance so quickly, knows people in 2 minutes, the girl said, and everyone always wants to be nice to him. This was perfectly true, and I saw what she saw in it. Ah, my dear, he will have an immense circle ready for you. Well, she replied, if they do run after us, I'm not likely to suppose it will ever be for me. It will be for him, and they may do to me what they like. My pleasure will be, but you'll see. I already saw at least what she supposed she herself saw. Her drawing-room crowded with female fashion and her attitude angelic. Do you know what he said to me again before he went? She continued. I wondered. He had then spoken to her. that he will never, never marry anyone but me. She ingenuously took me up. Then you knew? It might be. I guessed. And don't you believe it? Again I hesitated. Yes. Yet all this didn't tell me why she had changed color. Is it a secret? Whom he's with? Oh, they seem so nice. I was only struck with the way you know him. You're seen immediately. It must be a new friendship that has kept him over. It's the devotion of the Dedricks, Lavinia said. He's traveling with them. Once more I wondered, do you mean they're taking him about? Yes, they've invited him. No, indeed, I reflected. He wasn't proud, but what I said was, who in the world are the Dedricks? Kind, good people whom last month he accidentally met. He was walking some Swiss pass, a long, rather stupid one, I believe, without his aunt and his cousin, who had gone round some other way and were to meet him somewhere. It came on to rain in torrents, and while he was huddling under a shelter, he was overtaken by some people in a carriage who kindly made him get in. They drove him, I gather, for several hours. It began an intimacy, and they've continued to be charming to him. I thought a moment, are they ladies? Her own imagination, meanwhile, had also strayed a little. I think about 40. 40 ladies? She quickly came back. Oh, no, I mean Mrs. Dedrick is. About 40? Then Miss Dedrick. There isn't any Miss Dedrick. No daughter? Not with them, at any rate. No one but the husband. I thought again. And how old is he? Lavinia followed my example. Well, about 42. 42? We laughed, but that's all right, I said, and so for the time it seemed. He continued absent nonetheless, and I saw Lavinia repeatedly, and we always talked of him, though this represented a greater concern with his affairs than I had really supposed myself committed to. I had never sought the acquaintance of his father's people, nor seen either his aunt or his cousin, so that the account given by these relatives of the circumstances of their separation reached me at last only through the girl, to whom also, for she knew them as little, it had circuitously come. They considered, it appeared, the poor ladies he had started with, that he had treated them ill and thrown them over, sacrificing them selfishly to company picked up on the road, a reproach deeply resented by Lavinia, though about the company, too, I could see she was not much more at her ease. How can he help it if he's so taking? She asked, and to be properly indignant in one quarter, she had to pretend to be delighted in the other. Marmaduke was taking. Yet it also came out between us at last that the Dedricks must certainly be extraordinary. We had scant added evidence, for his letters stopped, and that naturally was one of our signs. I had meanwhile leisure to reflect. It was a sort of study of the human scene I always liked, on what to be taking consisted of. The upshot of my meditations, which experience has only confirmed, was that it consisted simply of itself. It was a quality implying no others. Marmaduke had no others. What indeed was his need of any? 3. He at last, however, turned up. But then it happened that if, on his coming to see me, his immediate picture of his charming new friends quickened even more than I had expected my sense of the variety of the human species, my curiosity about them failed to make me respond when he suggested I should go to see them. It's a difficult thing to explain, and I don't pretend to put it successfully, but doesn't it often happen that one may think well enough of a person without being inflamed with the desire to meet, on the ground of any such sentiment, other persons who think still better? Somehow, little harm as there was in Marmaduke, it was but half a recommendation of the Dedricks that they were crazy about him. I didn't say this. I was careful to say little, which didn't prevent his presently asking if he mightn't then bring them to me. If not, why not? He laughed. He laughed about everything. Why not? Because it strikes me that your surrender doesn't require any backing. Since you've done it, you must take care of yourself. Oh, but they're as safe, he returned, as the Bank of England. They're wonderful for respectability and goodness. Those are precisely qualities to which my poor intercourse can contribute nothing. He hadn't, I observed, gone so far as to tell me they would be fun, and he had, on the other hand, promptly mentioned that they lived in Westbourne Terrace. They were not 40, they were 45, but Mr. Dedrick had already, on considerable gains, retired from some primitive profession. They were the simplest, kindest, yet most original and unusual people, and nothing could exceed, frankly, the fancy they had taken to him. Marmaduke spoke of it with a placidity of resignation that was almost irritating. I suppose I should have despised him if, after benefits accepted, he had said they bored him. Yet their not boring him vexed me even more than it puzzled. Whom do they know? No one but me. There are people in London like that. Who know no one but you? No, I mean no one at all. There are extraordinary people in London and awfully nice. You haven't an idea. You people don't know everyone. They lead their lives. They go their way. One finds, what do you call it? Refinement, books, cleverness, don't you know, and music, and pictures, and religion, and an excellent table, all sorts of pleasant things. You only come across them by chance, but it's all perpetually going on. I assented to this. The world was very wonderful, and one must certainly see what one could. In my own quarter, too, I found wonders enough. But are you, I asked, as fond of them as they are of me? He took me up promptly, and his eyes were quite unclouded. I'm quite sure I shall become so. Then are you taking Lavinia? Not to see them, no. I saw myself the next minute, of course, that I had made a mistake. On what footing can I? I bethought myself. I keep forgetting you're not engaged. Well, he said after a moment, I shall never marry another. It somehow, repeated again, gave on my nerves. Ah, but what good will that do her, or me either, if you don't marry her? He made no answer to this, only turned away to look at something in the room, after which, when he next faced me, he had a heightened color. She ought to have taken me that day, he said gravely and gently, fixing me also as if he wished to say more. I remember that his very mildness irritated me. Some show of resentment would have been a promise that the case might still be righted, but I dropped it, the silly case, without letting him say more, and coming back to Mr. and Mrs. Dedrick, asked him how in the world, without either occupation or society, they passed so much of their time. My question appeared for a moment to leave him at a loss, but he presently found light, which at the same time I saw on my side really suited him better than further talk about Lavinia. Oh, they live for Maud-Evelyn. And who's Maud-Evelyn? Why, their daughter. Their daughter? I had supposed them childless. He partly explained. Unfortunately, they've lost her. Lost her. I required more. He hesitated again. I mean that a great many people would take it that way, but they don't. They won't. I speculated. Do you mean other people would have given her up? Yes, perhaps even tried to forget her, but the Dedricks can't. I wondered what she had done. Had it been anything very bad? However, it was none of my business, and I only said, they communicate with her. Oh, all the while. Then why isn't she with them? Marmaduke thought. She is. Now. Now? Since when? Well, this last year. Then why do you say they've lost her? Ah, he said, smiling sadly, I should call it that. I, at any rate, he went on, don't see her. Still more I wondered. They keep her apart. He thought again. No, it's not that. As I say, they live for her. But they don't want you to. Is that it? At this he looked at me for the first time, as I thought, a little strangely. How can I? He put it to me as if it were bad of him, somehow, that he shouldn't. But I made, to the best of my ability, a quick end of that. You can't. Why in the world should you? Live for my girl. Live for Lavinia. For I had unfortunately run the risk of boring him again with that idea, and though he had not repudiated it at the time, I felt in my having returned to it the reason why he never reappeared for weeks. I saw my girl, as I had called her, in the interval, but we avoided with much intensity the subject of Marmaduke. It was just this that gave me my perspective for finding her constantly full of him. It determined me, in all the circumstances, not to rectify her mistake about the childlessness of the Dedricks. But whatever I left unsaid, her naming the young man was only a question of time, for at the end of a month she told me he had been twice to her mother's, and that she had seen him on each of these occasions. Well then, he's very happy, and still taken up. As much as ever, yes, with those people. He didn't tell me so, but I could see it. I could too, and her own view of it. What, in that case, did he tell you? Nothing. But I think there's something he wants to, only not what you think, she added. I wondered, then, if it were what I had had from him the last time. Well, what prevents him, I asked, from bringing it out? I don't know. It was in the tone of this that she struck to my ear the first note of an acceptance so deep and a patience so strange that they gave me at the end even more food for wonderment than the rest of the business. If he can't speak, why does he come? She almost smiled. Well, I think I shall know. I looked at her. I remember that I kissed her. You're admirable, but it's very ugly. Ah, she replied, he only wants to be kind. To them. Then he should let others alone. But what I call ugly is his being content to be so beholden. To Mr. and Mrs. Didrick? She considered as if there might be many sides to it, but mayn't he do them some good? The idea failed to appeal to me. What good can Marmaduke do? There's one thing, I went on, in case he should want you to know them. Will you promise me to refuse? She only looked helpless and blank. Making their acquaintance? Seeing them, going near them, ever, ever. Again she brooded. Do you mean you won't? Never, never. Well then, I don't think I want to. Ah, but that's not a promise. I kept her up to it. I want your word. She demurred a little. But why? So that at least he shan't make use of you, I said with energy. My energy overbore her, though I saw how she would really have given herself. I promise, but it's only because it's something I know he will never ask. I differed from her at the time, believing the proposal in question to have been exactly the subject she had supposed him to be wishing to broach. But on our very next meeting I heard from her of quite another matter, upon which, as soon as she came in, I saw her to be much excited. You know then about the daughter without having told me. He called again yesterday, she explained as she met my stare at her unconnected plunge, and now I know that he has wanted to speak to me. He at last brought it out. I continued to stare. Brought what? Why, everything. She looked surprised at my face. Didn't he tell you about Maud-Evelyn? I perfectly recollected, but I momentarily wondered. He spoke of there being a daughter, but only to say there's something the matter with her. What is it? The girl echoed my words. What is it? You dear strange thing. The matter with her is simply that she's dead. Dead? I was naturally mystified. When, then, did she die? Why, years and years ago, 15, I believe, as a little girl. Didn't you understand it so? How should I, when he spoke of her as with them and said that they lived for her? Well, my young friend explained, that's just what he meant. They live for her memory. She is with them in the sense that they think of nothing else. I found matter for surprise in this correction, but also, at first, matter for relief. At the same time it left, as I turned it over, a fresh ambiguity. If they think of nothing else, how can they think so much of Marmaduke? The difficulty struck her, though she gave me, even then, a dim impression of being already, as it were, rather on Marmaduke's side, or, at any rate, almost as against herself, in sympathy with the Dedricks. But her answer was prompt. Why, that's just their reason, that they can talk to him so much about her. I see. Yet still I wondered, but what's his interest in being drawn into it? Again, Lavinia met her difficulty. Well, that she was so interesting. It appears she was lovely. I doubtless fairly gaped. A little girl in a pinafore? She was out of pinafores. She was, I believe, when she died, about 14, unless it was 16. She was at all events wonderful for beauty. That's the rule. But what good does it do him if he has never seen her? She thought a moment, but this time she had no answer. Well, you must ask him. I determined without delay to do so, but I had before me meanwhile other contradictions. Hadn't I better ask him on the same occasion what he means by their communicating? Oh, this was simple. They go in for mediums, don't you know, and raps and sittings. They began a year or two ago. Ah, the idiots! I remember at this narrow-mindedly exclaiming, do they want to drag him in? Not in the least. They don't desire it, and he has nothing to do with it. Then where does his fun come in? Lavinia turned away. Again she seemed at a loss. At last she brought out, make him show you her little photograph. But I remained unenlightened. Is her little photograph his fun? Once more she colored for him. Well, it represents a young loveliness that he goes about showing. She hesitated. I think he has only shown it to me. Ah, you're just the last one, I permitted myself to observe. Why so, if I'm also struck? There was something about her that began to escape me, and I must have looked at her hard. It's very good of you to be struck. I don't only mean by the beauty of the face, she went on. I mean by the whole thing. By that also of the attitude of the parents, their extraordinary fidelity, and the way that, as he says, they have made of her memory a real religion. That was what, above all, he came to tell me about. I turned away from her now, and she soon afterwards left me, but I couldn't help its dropping from me before we parted that I had never supposed him to be that sort of fool. End of section 19. Section 20 of The Soft Side. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by docdlmartin. The Soft Side by Henry James. Section 20. Maud-Evelyn Chapters 5 through 8. 5. If I were really the perfect cynic you probably think me, I should frankly say that the main interest of the rest of this matter lay for me in fixing the sort of fool I did suppose him. But I'm afraid, after all, that my anecdote amounts mainly to a presentation of my own folly. I shouldn't be so in possession of the whole spectacle had I not ended by accepting it, and I shouldn't have accepted it had it not, for my imagination, been saved somehow from grotesqueness. Let me say at once, however, that grotesqueness, and even indeed something worse, did at first appear to me strongly to season it. After that talk with Lavinia, I immediately addressed to our friend a request that he would come to see me. When I took the liberty of challenging him outright on everything she had told me, there was one point in particular that I desired to clear up, and that seemed to me much more important even than the color of Maud-Evelyn's hair or the length of her pinafores. The question, I of course mean, of my young man's good faith. Was he altogether silly, or was he only altogether mercenary? I felt my choice restricted for the moment to these alternatives. After he had said to me, "It's as ridiculous as you please, but they've simply adopted me," I had it out with him, on the spot, on the issue of common honesty, the question of what he was conscious, so that his self-respect should be saved, of being able to give such benefactors in return for such bounty. I'm obliged to say that to a person so inclined at the start to quarrel with him, his amiability could yet prove persuasive. His contention was that the equivalent he represented was something for his friends alone to measure. He didn't for a moment pretend to sound deeper than the fancy they had taken to him. He had not, from the first, made up to them in any way. It was all their own doing, their own insistence, their own eccentricity, no doubt, and even, if I liked, their own insanity. Wasn't it enough that he was ready to declare to me, looking me straight in the eye, that he was really and truly fond of them, and that they didn't bore him a mite? I had evidently, didn't I see, an ideal for him that he wasn't at all, if I didn't mind, the fellow to live up to. It was he himself who put it so, and it drew from me the pronouncement that there was something irresistible in the refinement of his impudence. "I don't go near Mrs. Jux," he said. "Mrs. Jux was their favorite medium. I do find her ugly and vulgar and tiresome, and I hate that part of the business. Besides," he added in words that I afterwards remembered, "I don't require it. I do beautifully without it. But my friends themselves," he pursued, "though they're of a type you've never come within miles of, are not ugly, are not vulgar, are not in any degree whatever any sort of a dose. They're on the contrary, in their own unconventional way, the very best company. They're endlessly amusing. They're delightfully queer and quaint and kind. They're like people in some old story or of some old time. It's at any rate our own affair, mine and theirs, and I beg you to believe that I should make short work of a remonstrance on the subject from anyone but you." I remember saying to him 3 months later, "You've never yet told me what they really want of you." But I'm afraid this was a form of criticism that occurred to me precisely because I had already begun to guess. By that time, indeed, I had had great initiations, and poor Lavinia had had them as well. Hers, in fact, throughout went further than mine, and we had shared them together, and I had settled down to a tolerably exact sense of what I was to see. It was what Lavinia added to it that really made the picture. The portrait of the little dead girl had evoked something attractive, though one had not lived so long in the world without hearing of plenty of little dead girls, and the day came when I felt as if I had actually sat with Marmaduke in each of the rooms converted by her parents, with the aid not only of the few small cherished relics, but that of the fondest figments and fictions, ingenious imaginary mementos and tokens, the unexposed make-believes of the sorrow that broods and the passion that clings into a temple of grief and worship. The child, incontestably beautiful, had evidently been passionately loved, and in the absence from their lives, I suppose originally a mere accident of such other elements, either new pleasures or new pains, as abound for most people, Their feeling had drawn to itself their whole consciousness. It had become mildly maniacal. The idea was fixed, and it kept others out. The world, for the most part, allows no leisure for such a ritual, but the world had consistently neglected this plain, shy couple who were sensitive to the wrong things and whose sincerity and fidelity, as well as their tameness and twaddle, were of a rigid, antique pattern. I must not represent that either of these objects of interest or my care for their concerns took up all my leisure, for I had many claims to meet and many complications to handle, 100 preoccupations and much deeper anxieties. My young woman on her side had other contacts and contingencies, other troubles too, poor girl, and there were stretches of time in which I neither saw Marmaduke nor heard a word of the Dedricks. Once, only once, abroad, in Germany at a railway station, I met him in their company. They were colourless, commonplace, elderly Britons, of the kind you identify by the livery of their footman, of the labels of their luggage, and the mere sight of them justified me to my conscience in having avoided, from the first, the stiff problem of conversation with them. Marmaduke saw me on the spot and came over to me. There was no doubt whatever of his vivid bloom. He had grown fat, or almost, but not with grossness, and might perfectly have passed for the handsome, happy, full-blown son of doting parents who couldn't let him out of view, and to whom he was a model of respect and solicitude. They followed him with placid, pleased eyes when he joined me, but asking nothing at all for themselves and quite fitting into his own manner of saying nothing about them. It has its charm, I confess, the way he could be natural and easy, and yet intensely conscious, too, on such a basis. What he was conscious of was that there were things I by this time knew, just as, while we stood there and good-humouredly sounded each other's faces, for, having accepted everything at last, I was only a little curious. I knew that he measured my insight. When he returned again to his doting parents, I had to admit that, doting as they were, I felt him not to have been spoiled. It was incongruous in such a career, but he was rather more of a man. There came back to me with a shade of regret after I had got on this occasion into my train, which was not theirs, a memory of some words that, a couple of years before, I had uttered to poor Lavinia. She had said to me, speaking in reference to what was then our frequent topic and on some fresh evidence that I have forgotten, "He feels now, you know, about Maud-Evelyn quite as the old people themselves do." "Well," I had replied, "it's only a pity he's paid for it." "Paid?" She had looked very blank. "By all the luxuries and conveniences," I had explained, "that he comes in for through living with them. For that's what he practically does. At present I saw how wrong I had been. He was paid, but paid differently, and the mastered wonder of that was really what had been between us in the waiting room of the station. Step by step, after this, I followed. 6. I can see Lavinia, for instance, in her ugly new mourning immediately after her mother's death. There had been long anxieties connected with this event, and she was already faded, already almost old. But Marmaduke, on her bereavement, had been to her, and she came straightway to me. "Do you know what he thinks now?" she soon began. "He thinks he knew her." Knew the child? It came to me as if I had half expected it. He speaks of her now as if she hadn't been a child. My visitor gave me the strangest fixed smile. It appears that she wasn't so young. It appears she had grown up. I stared. How can it appear? They know, at least. There were the facts. "Yes," said Lavinia, "but they seem to have come to take a different view of them. He talked to me a long time and all about her. He told me things." "What kind of things? Not trumpery stuff, I hope? About communicating? About his seeing or hearing her?" "Oh, no, he doesn't go in for that. He leaves it to the old couple who, I believe, cling to their mediums, keep up their sittings and their wrappings, and find in it all a comfort and amusement that he doesn't grudge them and that he regards as harmless. I mean anecdotes, memories of his own. I mean things she said to him and that they did together, places they went to. His mind is full of them. I turned it over. Do you think he's decidedly mad? She shook her head with her bleached patience. Oh no, it's too beautiful. Then are you taking it up? I mean the preposterous theory. It is a theory, she broke in, but it isn't necessarily preposterous. Any theory has to suppose something, she sagely pursued, and it depends at any rate on what it's a theory of. It's wonderful to see this one work. Wonderful always to see the growth of a legend, I laughed. This is a rare chance to watch one in formation. They're all three in good faith building it up. Isn't that what you made out from him? Her tired face fairly lighted. Yes, you understand it, and you put it better than I. It's the gradual effect of brooding over the past. The past that way grows and grows. They make it and make it. They've persuaded each other, the parents, of so many things that they've at last also persuaded him. It has been contagious. It's you who put it well, I returned. It's the oddest thing I ever heard of, but it is, in its way, a reality. Only we mustn't speak of it to others. She quite accepted that precaution. No, to nobody. He doesn't. He keeps it only for me. Conferring on you thus, I again laughed. Such a precious privilege. She was silent a moment, looking away from me. Well, he has kept his vow. You mean of not marrying? Are you very sure? I asked. Didn't he perhaps... But I faltered at the boldness of my joke. The next moment I saw I needn't. He was in love with her, Lavinia brought out. I broke now into a peal, which, however provoked, struck even my own ear at the moment as rude, almost to profanity. He literally tells you outright that he's making believe? She met me effectively enough. I don't think he knows he is. He's just completely in the current. The current of the old people's twaddle? Again my companion hesitated, but she knew what she thought. Well, whatever we call it, I like it. It isn't so common, as the world goes, for anyone, let alone for two or three, to feel and to care for the dead as much as that. It's self-deception, no doubt, but it comes from something that, well, she faltered again, is beautiful when one does hear of it. They make her out older, so as to imagine they had her longer, and they make out that certain things really happened to her so that she shall have had more life. They've invented a whole experience for her, and Marmaduke has become a part of it. There's one thing, above all, they want her to have had. My young friend's face, as she analyzed the mystery, fairly grew bright with her vision. It came to me with a faint dawn of awe that the attitude of the Dedricks was contagious, and she did have it, Lavinia declared. I positively admired her, and if I could yet perfectly be rational without being ridiculous, it was really, more than anything else, to draw from her the whole image. She had the bliss of knowing Marmaduke? Let us agree to it then, since she's not here to contradict us. But what I don't get over is the scant material for him. It may easily be conceived how little for the moment I could get over it. It was the last time my impatience was to be too much for me, but I remember how it broke out. A man who might have had you. For an instant I feared I had upset her, thought I saw in her face the tremor of a wild wail. But poor Lavinia was magnificent. It wasn't that he might have had me. That's nothing. It was, at the most, that I might have had him. Well, isn't that just what has happened? He's mine from the moment no one else has him. I give up the past, but don't you see what it does for the rest of life? I'm surer than ever that he won't marry. Of course he won't. To quarrel with those people. For a minute she answered nothing. Then, well, for whatever reason, she simply said. Now, however, I had gouged out of her a couple of still tears, and I pushed away the whole obscure comedy. 7. I might push it away, but I couldn't really get rid of it, nor on the whole, doubtless, did I want to, for to have in one's life, year after year, a particular question or two that one couldn't comfortably and imposingly make up one's mind about was just the sort of thing to keep one from turning stupid. There had been little need of my enjoining reserve upon Lavinia. She obeyed in respect to impenetrable silence, save with myself, and instinct and interest of her own. We never, therefore, gave poor Marmaduke, as you call it, away. We were much too tender, let alone that she was also too proud. And for himself, evidently, there was not, to the end, in London, another person in his confidence. No echo of the queer part he played ever came back to us, and I can't tell you how this fact, just by itself, brought home to me, little by little, a sense of the charm he was under. I met him out at long intervals, met him usually at dinner. He had grown like a person with a position and a history, rosy and rich-looking, fat, moreover, distinctly fat at last. There was almost in him something of the bland, yet not too bland. Young head of an hereditary business. If the Dedricks had been bankers, he might have constituted the future of the house. There was none the less a long middle stretch during which, though we were all so much in London, he dropped out of my talks with Lavinia. We were conscious, she and I, of his absence from them, but we clearly felt in each quarter that there are things, after all, unspeakable, and the fact, in any case, had nothing to do with her seeing or not seeing our friend. I was sure, as it happened, that she did see him, but there were moments that for myself still stand out. One of these was a certain Sunday afternoon when it was so dismally wet that, taking for granted I should have no visitors, I had drawn up to the fire with a book, a successful novel of the day, that I promised myself comfortably to finish. Suddenly, in my absorption, I heard a firm rat-tat-tat, on which I remember giving a groan of inhospitality. But my visitor proved in due course Marmaduke, and Marmaduke proved, in a manner even less at the point we had reached, to have been counted on, still more attaching than my novel. I think it was only an accident that he became so. It would have been the turn of a hair either way. He hadn't come to speak. He had only come to talk, to show once more that we could continue good old friends without his speaking. But somehow there were the circumstances, the insidious fireside, the things in the room, with their reminders of his younger time, perhaps even, too, the open face of my book, looking at him from where I had laid it down for him and giving him a chance to feel that he could supersede Wilkie Collins. There was at all events a promise of intimacy, of opportunity for him in the cold lash of the windows by the storm. We should be alone. It was cozy. It was safe. The action of these impressions was the more marked that what was touched by them, I afterward saw, was not at all a desire for an effect, was just simply a spirit of happiness that needed to overflow. It had finally become too much for him. His past, rolling up year after year, had grown too interesting, but he was all the same directly stupefying. I forget what turn of our preliminary gossip brought it out, but it came in explanation of something or other as it had not yet come. When a man has had for a few months what I had, you know, the moral appeared to be that nothing in the way of human experience of the exquisite could again particularly matter. He saw, however, that I failed immediately to fit his reflection to a definite case, and he went on with the frankest smile. You look as bewildered as if you suspected me of alluding to some sort of thing that isn't usually spoken of. But I assure you, I mean nothing more reprehensible than our blessed engagement itself." "Your blessed engagement?" I couldn't help the tone in which I took him up, but the way he disposed of that was something of which I feel to this hour the influence. It was only a look, but it put an end to my tone forever. It made me, on my side, after an instant, look at the fire, look hard, and even turn a little red. During this moment I saw my alternatives, and I chose, so that when I met his eyes again I was fairly ready. "You still feel," I asked with sympathy, "how much it did for you?" I had no sooner spoken than I saw that that would be, from that moment, the right way. It instantly made all the difference. The main question would be whether I could keep it up. I remember that only a few minutes later, for instance, this question gave a flare. His reply had been abundant and imperturbable, had included some glance at the way death brings into relief even the faintest things that have preceded it, on which I felt myself suddenly as restless as if I had grown afraid of him. I got up to ring for tea. He went on talking about Maud-Evelyn and what she had been for him. And when the servant had come up, I prolonged, nervously, on purpose, the order I had wished to give. It made time, and I could speak to the footman sufficiently without thinking. What I thought of really was the risk of turning right round with a little outbreak. The temptation was strong. The same influences that had worked for my companion just worked in their way during that minute or two for me. Should I, taking him unaware, flash at him a plain, "I say, just settle it for me once for all. Are you the boldest and basest of fortune hunters, or have you only, more innocently and perhaps more pleasantly, suffered your brain slightly to soften?" But I missed the chance, which I didn't in fact afterwards regret. My servant went out, and I faced again to my visitor, who continued to converse. I met his eyes once more, and their effect was repeated. If anything had happened to his brain, this effect was perhaps the domination of the madman's stare. Well, he was the easiest and gentlest of madmen. By the time the footman came back with tea, I was in for it. I was in for everything. By everything, I mean my whole subsequent treatment of the case. The case was, really beautiful. So, like all the rest, the hour comes back to me, the sound of the wind and the rain, the look of the empty, ugly, cabless square, and of the stormy spring light, the way that, uninterrupted and absorbed, we had tea together by my fire. So it was that he found me receptive, and that I found myself able to look merely grave and kind when he said, for example, "Her father and mother, you know, really, that first day, the day they picked me up on the Splugen, recognized me as the proper one." The proper one? To make their son-in-law. They wanted her so, he went on, to have had, don't you know, just everything. Well, if she did have it, I tried to be cheerful. Isn't the whole thing then all right? "Oh, it's all right now," he replied, "now that we've got it all there before us. You see, they couldn't like me so much." He wished me thoroughly to understand, without wanting me to have been the man. "I see. That was natural." "Well," said Marmaduke, "it prevented the possibility of anyone else." "Ah, that would never have done," I laughed. His own pleasure at it was impenetrable, splendid. "You see, they couldn't do much, the old people, and they can do still less now with the future. So they had to do what they could with the past. And they seem to have done," I concurred, "remarkably much." "Everything, simply, everything," he repeated. Then he had an idea, though without insistence or importunity. I noticed it just flicker in his face. "If you were to come to Westbourne Terrace—" "Oh, don't speak of that," I broke in. "It wouldn't be decent now. I should have come, if at all, 10 years ago." But he saw, with his good humor, further than this. "I see what you mean, but there's much more in the place now than then. I dare say people get new things, all the same. I was at bottom but resisting my curiosity. Marmaduke didn't press me, but he wanted me to know. There are rooms, the whole set, and I don't believe you ever saw anything more charming, for her taste was extraordinary. I'm afraid, too, that I myself have had much to say to them. Then, as he made out that I was again a little at sea, I'm talking, he went on, of the suite prepared for her marriage. He talked like a crown prince. They were ready to the last touch. There was nothing more to be done. And they're just as they were. Not an object moved, not an arrangement altered, not a person but ourselves coming in. They're only exquisitely kept. All our presents are there. I should have liked you to see them. It had become a torment by this time. I saw that I had made a mistake, but I carried it off. Oh, I couldn't have borne it. They're not sad, he smiled. They're too lovely to be sad. They're happy, and the things, he seemed in the excitement of our talk to have them before him. They're so very wonderful. Oh, selected with a patience that makes them almost priceless. It's really a museum. There was nothing they thought too good for her. I had lost the museum, but I reflected that it could contain no object so rare as my visitor. Well, you've helped them. You could do that. He quite eagerly assented. I could do that, thank God. I could do that. I felt it from the first, and it's what I have done. Then, as if the connection were direct, all my things are there. I thought a moment. Your presents? Those I made her. She loved each one, and I remember about each the particular thing she said. Though I do say it, he continued, none of the others, as a matter of fact, come near mine. I look at them every day, and I assure you I'm not ashamed. Evidently, in short, he had spared nothing, and he talked on and on. He really quite swaggered. 8. In relation to times and intervals, I can only recall that if this visit of his to me had been in the early spring, it was one day in the late autumn, a day which couldn't have been in the same year, with the difference of hazy, drowsy sunshine and brown and yellow leaves, that, taking a short cut across Kensington Gardens, I came, among the untrodden ways, upon a couple occupying chairs under a tree, who immediately rose at the sight of me. I had been behind them at recognition, the fact that Marmaduke was in deep mourning having perhaps, so far as I had observed it, misled me. In my desire both not to look flustered at meeting them and to spare their own confusion, I bade them again be seated and asked leave, as a third chair was at hand, to share a little their rest. Thus it befell that after a minute Lavinia and I had sat down, while our friend, who had looked at his watch, stood before us among the fallen foliage and remarked that he was sorry to have to leave us. Lavinia said nothing, but I expressed regret. I couldn't, however, as it struck me, without a false or a vulgar note, speak as if I had interrupted a tender passage or separated a pair of lovers. But I could look him up and down, take in his deep mourning. He had not made for going off any other pretext than that his time was up and that he was due at home. Home, with him now, had but one meaning. I knew him to be completely quartered in Westbourne Terrace. I hope nothing has happened, I said, that you've lost no one whom I know. Marmaduke looked at my companion, and she looked at Marmaduke. He has lost his wife. She then observed. Oh, this time I fear I had a small quaver of brutality, but it was at him I directed it. Your wife? I didn't know you had had a wife. Well, he replied, positively gay in his black suit, his black gloves, his high hatband. The more we live in the past, the more things we find in it. That's a literal fact. You would see the truth of it if your life had taken such a turn. I live in the past, Lavinia put in gently and as if to help us both. But with the result, my dear, I returned, of not making, I hope, such extraordinary discoveries, it seemed absurd to be afraid to be light. May none of her discoveries be more fatal than mine. Marmaduke wasn't uproarious, but his treatment of the matter had the good taste of simplicity. They've wanted it so for her, he continued to me wonderfully. At last seen our way to it. I mean to what Lavinia has mentioned. He hesitated but 3 seconds. He brought it brightly out. Maud-Evelyn had all her young happiness. I stared, but Lavinia was, in her peculiar manner, as brilliant. The marriage did take place, she quietly, stupendously explained to me. Well, I was determined not to be left. So you're a widower, I gravely asked, and these are the signs? Yes, I shall wear them always now. But isn't it late to have begun? My question had been stupid, I felt the next instant, but it didn't matter. He was quite equal to the occasion. Oh, I had to wait, you know, till all the facts about my marriage had given me the right. And he looked at his watch again. Excuse me, I am due. Goodbye, goodbye. He shook hands with each of us, and as we sat there together watching him walk away, I was struck with his admirable manner of looking the character. I felt indeed, as our eyes followed him, that we were at one on this, and I said nothing till he was out of sight. Then, by the same impulse, we turned to each other. I thought he was never to marry, I exclaimed to my friend. Her fine, wasted face met me gravely. He isn't, ever. He'll be still more faithful. Faithful this time to whom? Why, to Maud-Evelyn. I said nothing. I only checked an ejaculation. But I put out a hand and took one of hers, and for a minute we kept silence. Of course, it's only an idea, she began again at last, but it seems to me a beautiful one. Then she continued resignedly and remarkably, and now they can die. Mr. and Mrs. Dedrick? I pricked up my ears. Are they dying? Not quite, but the old lady, it appears, is failing, steadily weakening, less, as I understand it, from any definite ailment than because she just feels her work done and her little sum of passion, as Marmaduke calls it, spent. Fancy, with her convictions, all her reasons for wanting to die. And if she goes, he says Mr. Dedrick won't long linger. It will be quite John Anderson, my Jo, keeping her company down the hill, to lie beside her at the foot. Yes, having settled all things. I turned these things over as we walked away, and how they had settled them, for Maud-Evelyn's dignity and Marmaduke's high advantage, and before we parted that afternoon, we had taken a cab in the Bayswater Road, and she had come home with me. I remember saying to her, well, then, when they die, won't he be free? She seemed scarce to understand. Free? To do what he likes. She wondered, but he does what he likes now. Well, then, what you like. Oh, you know what I like. Ah, I closed her mouth. You like to tell horrid fibs. Yes, I know it. What she had then put before me, however, came in time to pass. I heard in the course of the next year of Mrs. Dedrick's extinction, and some months later without, during the interval, having seen a sign of Marmaduke, wholly taken up with his bereaved patron, learned that her husband had touchingly followed her. I was out of England at the time. We had to put into practice great economies and let our little place, so that spending 3 winters successively in Italy, I devoted the periods between at home altogether to visits among people, mainly relatives, to whom these friends of mine were not known. Lavinia, of course, wrote to me, wrote, among many things, that Marmaduke was ill and had not seemed at all himself since the loss of his family, and this in spite of the circumstance, which She had already promptly communicated that they had left him, by will, almost everything. I knew before I came back to remain that she now saw him often and, to the extent of the change that had overtaken his strength and his spirits, greatly ministered to him. As soon as we at last met, I asked for news of him, to which she replied, "He's gradually going." Then, on my surprise, "He has had his life." "You mean that, as he said of Mrs. Dedrick, his sum of passion is spent?" At this, she turned away. "You've never understood. I conceived, and when I went subsequently to see him, I was moreover sure. But I only said to Lavinia on this first occasion that I would immediately go, which was precisely what brought out the climax, as I feel it to be, of my story. He's not now, you know," she turned round to admonish me, "in Westbourne Terrace. He has taken a little old house in Kensington." "Then he hasn't kept the things." "He has kept everything." She looked at me still more as if I had never understood. "You mean he has moved them?" She was patient with me. "He has moved nothing. Everything is as it was and kept with the same perfection." I wondered, "But if he doesn't live there?" "It's just what he does." "Then how can he be in Kensington?" She hesitated, but she had still more than her old grasp of it. "He's in Kensington without living." "You mean that at the other place?" "Yes, he spends most of his time. He's driven over there every day. He remains there for hours. He keeps it for that." "I see. It's still the museum." "It's still the temple," Lavinia replied with positive austerity. "Then why did he move?" "Because you see there," she faltered again, "I could come to him, and he wants me," she said with admirable simplicity. Little by little I took it in. "After the death of the parents even, you never went?" "Never." "So you haven't seen anything?" "Anything of hers? Nothing." I understood, oh, perfectly, but I won't deny that I was disappointed. I had hoped for an account of his wonders, and I immediately felt that it wouldn't be for me to take a step that she had declined. When a short time later I saw them together in Kensington Square, there were certain hours of the day that she regularly spent with him, I observed that everything about him was new, handsome, and simple. They were in their strange final union, if union it could be called, very natural and very touching, but he was visibly stricken. He had his ailment in his eyes. She moved about him like a sister of charity, at all events like a sister. He was neither robust nor rosy now, nor was his attention visibly very present, and I privately and fancifully asked myself where it wandered and waited. But poor Marmaduke was a gentleman to the end. He wasted away with an excellent manner. He died 12 days ago. The will was opened, and last week, having meanwhile heard from her of its contents, I saw Lavinia. He leaves her everything that he himself had inherited, but she spoke of it all in a way that caused me to say in surprise, "You haven't yet been to the house?" "Not yet. I've only seen the solicitors, who tell me there will be no complications." There was something in her tone that made me ask more. "Then you're not curious to see what's there?" She looked at me with a troubled, almost a pleading sense, which I understood, and presently she said, "Will you go with me?" "Some day, with pleasure, but not the first time." "You must go alone then." "The relics that you'll find there," I added, for I had read her look, "you must think of now, not as hers." "But as his?" "Isn't that what his death, with his so close relation to them, has made them for you?" Her face lighted. I saw it was a view she could thank me for putting into words. I see. They are his. I'll go." She went, and 3 days ago she came to me. They're really marvels, it appears, treasures extraordinary, and she has them all. Next week I go with her. I shall see them at last. Tell you about them, you say. My dear man, everything. End of section 20.
Section 21 of The Soft Side. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Soft Side by Henry James. Miss Gunton of Poughkeepsie. "It's astonishing what you take for granted," Lady Champer had exclaimed to her young friend at an early stage, and this might have served as a sign that even then the little plot had begun to thicken. The reflection was uttered at the time the outlook of the charming American girl in whom she found herself so interested was still much in the rough. They had often met, with pleasure to each, during a winter spent in Rome, and Lily had come to her in London towards the end of May with further news of a situation the dawn of which, in March and April, by the Tiber, the Arno, and the Seine, had considerably engaged her attention. The prince had followed Miss Gunton to Florence, and then with almost equal promptitude to Paris, where it was both clear and comical for Lady Champer that the rigor of his uncertainty as to parental commands and remittances now detained him. This shrewd woman promised herself not a little amusement from her view of the possibilities of the case. Lily was on the whole showing a wonder. Therefore, the drama would lose nothing from her character, her temper, her tone. She was waiting, this was the truth she had imparted to her clever protectress, to see if her Roman captive would find himself drawn to London. Should he really turn up there, she would the next thing start for America, putting him to the test of that wider range, and declining to place her confidence till he should have arrived in New York at her heels. If he remained in Paris or returned to Rome, she would stay in London, and, as she phrased it, have a good time by herself. Did he expect her to go back to Paris for him? Why not, in that case, just as well go back to Rome at once? The first thing for her, Lily intimated to her London adviser, was to show what, in her position, she expected. Her position, meanwhile, was one that Lady Champer, try as she would, had as yet succeeded neither in understanding nor in resigning herself not to understand. It was that of being extraordinarily pretty, amazingly free, and perplexingly good, and of presenting these advantages in a positively golden light. How is one to estimate a girl whose nearest approach to a drawback, that is, to an encumbrance, appeared to be a grandfather carrying on a business in an American city her ladyship had never otherwise heard of, with whom communication was all by cable and on the subject of drawing? Expression was on the old man's part, moreover, as concise as it was expensive, consisting as it inveterately did of but the single word draw. Lily drew, on every occasion in life, and it at least could not be said of the pair, when the family idea, as embodied in America, was exposed to criticism, that they were not in touch. Mr. Gunton had given her further Mrs. Brine to come out with her, and with this provision and the perpetual pecuniary he plainly figured, to Lily's own mind, as solicitous to the point of anxiety. Mrs. Brine's scheme of relations seemed in truth to be simpler still. There was a transatlantic Mr. Brine, of whom she often spoke, and never in any other way. But she wrote for newspapers, she prowled in catacombs, visiting more than once even those of Paris. She haunted hotels. She picked up compatriots. She spoke above all a language that often baffled comprehension. She mattered, however, but little. She was mainly so occupied in having what Lily had likewise independently glanced at, a good time by herself. It was difficult enough indeed to Lady Champer to see the wonderful girl reduced to that, yet she was a little person who kept one somehow in presence of the incalculable. Old measures and familiar rules were of no use at all with her. She had so broken the molds and so mixed the marks. What was confounding was her disparities, the juxtaposition in her of beautiful sun-flushed heights and deep dark holes. She had none of the things that the other things implied. She dangled in the air in a manner that made one dizzy, though one took comfort at the worst in feeling that one was there to catch her if she fell. Falling, at the same time, appeared scarce one of her properties, and it was positive for Lady Champer at moments that if one held out one's arms one might be, after all, much more likely to be pulled up. That was really a part of the excitement of the acquaintance. "Well," said this friend and critic on one of the first of the London days, "say he does, on your return to your own country, go after you. How do you read, on that occurrence, the course of events?" "Why, if he comes after me, I'll have him." "And do you think it is so easy to have him?" Lily appeared lovely and candid, and it was an air and a way she often had, to wonder what she thought. "I don't know that I think it any easier than he seems to think it to have me. I know, moreover, that though he wants awfully to see the country, he wouldn't just now come to America unless to marry me, and if I take him at all," she pursued, "I want first to be able to show him to the girls." "Why first?" Lady Champer asked. "Wouldn't it do as well last?" "Oh, I should want them to see me in Rome, too," said Lily. "But, dear me, I'm afraid I want a good many things. What I most want, of course, is that he should show me unmistakably what he wants. Unless he wants me more than anything else in the world, I don't want him. Besides, I hope he doesn't think I'm going to be married anywhere but in my own place." "I see," said Lady Champer. "It's for your wedding you want the girls, and it's for the girls you want the prince." "Well, we're all bound by that promise, and of course you'll come." "Ah, my dear child," Lady Champer gasped. "You can come with the old princess. You'll be just the right company for her." The elder friend considered afresh, with depth, the younger's beauty and serenity. "You are, love, beyond everything." The beauty and serenity took on for a moment a graver cast. "Why do you so often say that to me?" "Because you so often make it the only thing to say. But you'll some day find out why," Lady Champer added with an intention of encouragement. Lily Gunton, however, was a young person to whom encouragement looked queer. She had grown up without need of it, and it seemed indeed scarce required in her situation. "Do you mean you believe his mother won't come? Over mountains and seas to see you married, and to be seen also of the girls? If she does, I will. But we had perhaps better," Lady Champer wound up, "not count our chickens before they're hatched." To which, with one of the easy returns of gaiety that were irresistible in her, Lily made answer that neither of the ladies in question struck her quite as chickens. The prince at all events presented himself in London with a promptitude that contributed to make the warning gratuitous. Nothing could have exceeded, by this time, Lady Champer's appreciation of her young friend, whose merits town at the beginning of June threw into renewed relief. But she had the imagination of greatness, and though she believed she tactfully kept it to herself, she thought what the young man had thus done a great deal for a Roman prince to do. Take him as he was, with the circumstances, and they were certainly peculiar, and he was charming, it was a far cry for him from the Piazza Colonna to Clarges Street. If Lady Champer had the imagination of greatness, which the prince in all sorts of ways gratified, Miss Gunton of Poughkeepsie, it was vain to pretend the contrary, was not great in any particular save one. She was great when she drew. It was true that at the beginning of June she did draw with unprecedented energy and in a manner that, though Mrs. Bryan's remarkable nerve apparently could stand it, fairly made a poor baronet's widow, little as it was her business, hold her breath. It was none of her business at all, yet she talked of it even with the prince himself, to whom it was indeed a favorite subject, and whose greatness, oddly enough, never appeared to shrink in the effect it produced upon him. The line they took together was that of wondering if the scale of Lily's drafts made really most for the presumption that the capital at her disposal was rapidly dwindling, or for that of its being practically infinite. Many a fellow, the young man smiled, would marry her to pull her up. He was in any case of the opinion that it was an occasion for deciding, one way or the other, quickly. Well, he did decide, so quickly that, within the week, Lily communicated to her friend that he had offered her his hand, his heart, his fortune, and all his titles, grandeurs, and appurtenances. She had given him his answer, and he was in bliss, though nothing as yet was settled but that. Tall, fair, active, educated, amiable, simple, carrying so naturally his great name and pronouncing so kindly Lily's small one, the happy youth, if he was one of the most ancient of princes, was one of the most modern of Romans. This second character it was his special aim and pride to cultivate. He would have been pained at feeling himself an hour behind his age, and he had a way, both touching and amusing to some observers, of constantly comparing his watch with the dial of the day's news. It was in fact easy to see that in deciding to ally himself with a young alien of vague origin, whose striking beauty was reinforced only by her presumptive money, he had even put forward a little the fine hands of his timepiece. No one else, however, not even Lady Champer, and least of all Lily herself, had quite taken the measure in this connection of his merit. The quick decision he had spoken of was really a flying leap. He desired incontestably to rescue Miss Gunton's remainder, but to rescue it he had to take it for granted, and taking it for granted was nothing less than, at whatever angle considered, a risk. He never, naturally, used the word to her, but he distinctly faced a peril. The sense of what he had staked on a vague return gave him, at the height of the London season, bad nights, or rather bad mornings, for he danced with his intended, as a usual thing, conspicuously till dawn, besides obliging him to take, in the form of long, explanatory, argumentative, and persuasive letters to his mother and sisters, his uncles, aunts, cousins, and preferred confidants, large measures of justification at home. The family sense was strong in his huge old house, just as the family array was numerous. He was dutifully conscious of the trust reposed in him, and moved from morning till night, he perfectly knew, as the observed of a phalanx of observers, whereby he the more admired himself for his passion, precipitation, and courage. He had only a probability to go upon, but he was, and by the romantic tradition of his race, so in love that he should surely not be taken in. His private agitation of course deepened when, to do honor to her engagement, and as if she would have been ashamed to do less, Lily drew again most gloriously. But he managed to smile beautifully on her asking him if he didn't want her to be splendid, and at his worst hours he went no further than to wish that he might be married on the morrow. Unless it were the next day, or at most the next month, it really at moments seemed best that it should never be at all. On the most favorable view, with the solidity of the residuum fully assumed, there were still minor questions and dangers. A vast America, arching over his nuptials, bristling with expectant bridesmaids and underlaying their feet with expensive flowers, stared him in the face and prompted him to the reflection that if she dipped so deep into the mere remote overflow, her dive into the fount itself would verily be a header. If she drew at such a rate in London, how wouldn't she draw at Poughkeepsie, he asked himself, and practically asked Lady Champer, yet bore the strain of the question without an answer so nobly that when with small delay Poughkeepsie seemed simply to heave with reassurances, he regarded the ground as firm and his tact as rewarded. "And now at last, dearest," he said, "since everything's so satisfactory, you will write?" He put it appealingly, endearingly, yet as if he could scarce doubt. "Write, love? Why," she replied, "I've done nothing but write. I've written 90 letters. "But not to Mamma," he smiled. "Mamma," she stared. "My dear boy, I've not at this time of day to remind you that I've the misfortune to have no mother. I lost Mamma, you know, as you lost your father, in childhood." "You may be sure," said Lily Gunton, "that I wouldn't otherwise have waited for you to prompt me." There came into his face a kind of amiable convulsion. "Of course, darling, I remember. Your beautiful mother, she must have been beautiful, whom I should have been so glad to know. I was thinking of my mamma, who'll be so delighted to hear from you." The prince spoke English in perfection, had lived in it from the cradle, and appeared, particularly when alluding to his home and family, to matters familiar and of fact, or to those of dress and sport, of general recreation, to draw such a comfort from it as made the girl think of him as scarce more a foreigner than a pleasant, auburn, slightly awkward, slightly slangy, and extremely well-tailored young Briton would have been. He sounded mamma like a rosy English schoolboy, yet just then, for the first time, the things with which he was connected struck her as in a manner strange and far off. Everything in him, none the less, face and voice and tact, above all his deep desire, labored to bring them near and make them natural. This was intensely the case as he went on. "Such a little letter as you might send would really be awfully jolly." "My dear child," Lily replied on quick reflection, "I'll write to her with joy the minute I hear from her. Won't she write to me?" The prince just visibly flushed. "In a moment, if you'll only—" "Write to her first?" "Just pay her a little, no matter how little, your respects." His attenuation of the degree showed perhaps a sense of a weakness of position, yet it was no perception of this that made the girl immediately say, "Oh, caro, I don't think I can begin. If you feel that she won't, as you evidently do, is it because you've asked her and she has refused?" The next moment, "I see you have," she exclaimed. His rejoinder to this was to catch her in his arms, to press his cheek to hers, to murmur a flood of tender words in which contradiction, confession, supplication, and remonstrance were oddly confounded. But after he had sufficiently disengaged her to allow her to speak again, his effusion was checked by what came. "Do you really mean you can't induce her?" It renewed itself on the first return of ease, or it, more correctly perhaps, in order to renew itself, took this return, a trifle too soon, for granted. Singular for the hour was the quickness with which ease could leave them, so blissfully at one as they were, and, to be brief, it had not come back even when Lily spoke of the matter to Lady Champer. It is true that she waited but little to do so. She then went straight to the point. "What would you do if his mother doesn't write?" "The old princess, to you—" Her ladyship had not had time to mount guard in advance over the tone of this, which was doubtless, as she instantly, for that matter, herself became aware, a little too much that of, "Have you really expected she would?" What Lily had expected found itself therefore not unassisted to come out, and came out indeed to such a tune that with all kindness, but with a melancholy deeper than any she had ever yet in the general connection used, Lady Champer was moved to remark that the situation might have been found more possible had a little more historic sense been brought to it. "You are the dearest thing in the world, and I can't imagine a girl's carrying herself in any way in a difficult position better than you do. Only, I'm bound to say, I think you ought to remember you're entering a very great house, of tremendous antiquity, fairly groaning under the weight of ancient honors, the heads of which, through the tradition of the great part they've played in the world, are accustomed to a great deal of deference. The old princess, my dear, you see," her ladyship gathered confidence a little as she went, "is a most prodigious personage." "Why, Lady Champer, of course she is, and that's just what I like her for," said Lily Gunton. "She has never in her whole life made an advance, any more than anyone has ever dreamed of expecting it of her. It's a pity that while you were there you didn't see her, for I think it would have helped you to understand. However, as you did see his sisters, the two duchesses and dear little Donna Claudia, you know how charming they all can be. They only want to be nice, I know, and I dare say that on the smallest opportunity you'll hear from the duchesses." The plural had a sound of splendor, but Lily quite kept her head. "What do you call an opportunity? Am I not giving them, by accepting their son and brother, the best, and in fact the only, opportunity they could desire?" "I like the way, darling," Lady Champer smiled, "you talk about accepting." Lily thought of this. She thought of everything. "Well, say it would have been a better one still for them if I had refused him." Her friend caught her up. "But you haven't." "Then they must make the most of the occasion as it is." Lily was very sweet, but very lucid. "The duchesses may write or not, as they like, but I'm afraid the princess simply must." She hesitated, but after a moment went on. "He oughtn't to be willing, moreover, that I shouldn't expect to be welcomed." "He isn't," Lady Champer blurted out. Lily jumped at it. "Then he has told you? It's her attitude?" She had spoken without passion, but her friend was scarce the less frightened. "My poor child, what can he do?" Lily saw perfectly. "He can make her." Lady Champer turned it over, but her fears were what was clearest. "And if he doesn't?" "If he doesn't," the girl ambiguously echoed it. "I mean, if he can't." Well, Lily, more cheerfully, declined for the hour to consider this. He would certainly do for her what was right, so that after all, though she had herself put the question, she disclaimed the idea that an answer was urgent. There was time, she conveyed, which Lady Champer only desired to believe, a faith moreover somewhat shaken in the latter, when the prince entered her room the next day with the information that there was none at least to leave everything in the air. Lady Champer had not yet made up her mind as to which of these young persons she liked most to draw into confidence, nor as to whether she most inclined to take the Roman side with the American, or the American side with the Roman. But now, in truth, she was settled. She gave proof of it in the increased lucidity with which she spoke for Lily. "Wouldn't the princess depart, from her usual attitude for such a great occasion?" The difficulty was a little that the young man so well understood his mother. "The devil of it is, you see, that it's for Lily herself, so much more, she thinks the occasion great." Lady Champer mused. "If you hadn't her consent, I could understand it, but from the moment she thinks the girl good enough for you to marry—" "Ah, she doesn't," the prince gloomily interposed. "However," he explained. She accepts her because there are reasons, my own feeling, now so my very life, don't you see? But it isn't quite open arms. All the same, as I tell Lily, the arms would open. If she'd make the first step? Said Lady Champer, not without a note of grimness. She'll be obstinate. The young man with the melancholy eye quite coincided. She'll be obstinate. So that I strongly recommend you to manage it, his friend went on after a pause. It strikes me that if the princess can't do it for Lily, she might at least do it for you. Any girl you marry becomes thereby somebody. Of course, doesn't she? She certainly ought to do it for me. I'm after all the head of the house. Well, then make her, said Lady Champer, a little impatiently. I will. Mamma adores me, and I adore her. And you adore Lily, and Lily adores you. Therefore everybody adores everybody, especially as I adore you both. With so much adoration all round, therefore things ought to march. They shall, the young man declared with spirit. I adore you too. You don't mention that. For you help me immensely. But what do you suppose she'll do if she doesn't? The agitation already visible in him ministered a little to vagueness, but his friend after an instant disembroiled it. What do I suppose Lily will do if your mother remains stiff? Lady Champer faltered, but she let him have it. She'll break. His wandering eyes became strange. Just for that? You may certainly say it isn't much, when people love as you do. Ah, I'm afraid then Lily doesn't. And he turned away in his trouble. She watched him while he moved, not speaking for a minute. My dear young man, are you afraid of your mamma? He faced short about again. I'm afraid of this, that if she does do it, she won't forgive her. She will do it, yes, but Lily will be for her, in consequence ever after, the person who has made her submit herself. She'll hate her for that, and then she'll hate me for being concerned in it. The prince presented it all with clearness, almost with charm. What do you say to that? His friend had to think. Well, only, I fear that we belong, Lily and I, to a race unaccustomed to counting with such passions. Let her hate. She, however, a trifle inconsistently wound up. But I love her so. Which? Lady Champer asked it almost ungraciously, in such a tone, at any rate, that, seated on the sofa with his elbows on his knees, his much-ringed hands nervously locked together, and his eyes of distress wide open, he met her with visible surprise. What she met him with is perhaps best noted by the fact that after a minute of it, his hands covered his bent face, and she became aware she had drawn tears. This produced such regret in her that before they parted, she did what she could to attenuate and explain, making a great point at all events of her rule with Lily, of putting only his own side of the case. I insist awfully, you know, on your greatness. He jumped up, wincing. Oh, that's horrid. I don't know. Whose fault is it, then, at any rate, if trying to help you may have that side? This was a question that, with the tangle he had already to unwind, only added a twist. Yet she went on, as if positively to add another. Why on earth don't you, all of you, leave them alone? Leave them... all your Americans. Don't you like them, then, the women? She hesitated. No. Yes. They're an interest. But they're a nuisance. It's a question, very certainly, if they're worth the trouble they give. This, at least, it seemed he could take in. You mean that one should be quite sure first what they are worth? He made her laugh now. It would appear that you never can be. But Also, really, that you can't keep your hands off. He fixed the social scene an instant with his heavy eye. Yes, doesn't it? However, she pursued as if he again a little irritated her, Lily's position is quite simple. Quite. She just loves me. I mean simple for herself. She really makes no differences. It's only we, you and I, who make them all. The prince wondered. But she tells me she delights in us, has, that is, such a sense of what we are supposed to represent. Oh, she thinks she has. Americans think they have all sorts of things, but they haven't. That's just it. Lady Champer was philosophic. Nothing but their Americanism. If you marry anything, you marry that, and if your mother accepts anything, that's what she accepts. Then, as though the young man followed the demonstration with an apprehension almost pathetic, she gave him without mercy the whole of it. Lily's rigidly logical. A girl, as she knows girls, is welcomed on her engagement before anything else can happen, by the family of her young man, and the motherless girl, alone in the world, more punctually than any other. His mother, if she's a lady, takes it upon herself. Then the girl goes and stays with them, but she does nothing before. Tirez-vous de là. The young man sought on the spot to obey this last injunction, and his effort presently produced a flash. Oh, if she'll come and stay with us! All would easily be well. The flash went out, however, when Lady Champer returned. Then let the princess invite her. Lily, a fortnight later, simply said to her, from 1 hour to the other, I'm going home, and took her breath away by sailing on the morrow with the Bransbys. The tense cord had somehow snapped. The proof was in the fact that the prince, dashing off to his good friend at this crisis, an obscure and ambiguous note, started the same night for Rome. Lady Champer, for the time, sat in darkness, but during the summer many things occurred, and one day in the autumn, quite unheralded and with the signs of some of them in his face, the prince appeared again before her. He was not long in telling her his story, which was simply that he had come to her all the way from Rome for news of Lily and to talk of Lily. She was prepared, as it happened, to meet his impatience, yet her preparation was but little older than his arrival, and was deficient, moreover, in an important particular. She was not prepared to knock him down, and she made him talk to gain time. She had, however, to understand, put a primary question. She never wrote, then. Mamma? Oh, yes, when she at last got frightened at Miss Gunton's having become so silent. She wrote in August, but Lily's own decisive letter to me, I mean, crossed with it. It was too late. That put an end. A real end. Everything in the young man showed how real. On the ground of her being willing no longer to keep up, by the stand she had taken, such a relation between Mamma and me. But her rupture, he wailed, keeps it up more than anything else. And is it very bad? Awful, I assure you. I've become for my mother a person who has made her make, all for nothing, an unprecedented advance, a humble submission, and she's so disgusted, all round, that it's no longer the same old charming thing for us to be together. It makes it worse for her that I'm still madly in love. Well, said Lady Champer after a moment, if you're still madly in love, I can only be sorry for you. You can do nothing for me? Don't advise me to go over? She had to take a longer pause. You don't at all know then what has happened? That old Mr. Gunton has died and left her everything? All his vacancy and curiosity came out in a wild echo. Everything! She writes me that it's a great deal of money. You've just heard from her, then? This morning. I seemed to make out, said Lady Champer, an extraordinary number of dollars. Oh, I was sure it was, the young man moaned. And she's engaged, his friend went on, to Mr. Bransby. He bounded, rising before her. Mr. Bransby? Adam P., the gentleman with whose mother and sister she went home. They, she writes, have beautifully welcomed her. Dio mio! The prince stared. He had flushed with the blow, and the tears had come into his eyes. And I believe she loved me. I didn't, said Lady Champer with some curtness. He gazed about, almost rocked, and, unconscious of her words, he appealed, inarticulate and stricken. At last, however, he found his voice. What on earth, then, shall I do? I can less than ever go back to Mamma. She got up for him. She thought for him, pushing a better chair into her circle. Stay here with me, and I'll ring for tea. Sit there near the fire. You're cold. Awfully, he confessed as he sank. And I believed she loved me, he repeated as he stared at the fire. I didn't, Lady Champer once more declared. This time, visibly, he heard her, and she immediately met his wonder. No, it was all the rest. Your great historic position, the glamour of your name, and your past. Otherwise, what she stood out for wouldn't be excusable. But she has the sense of such things, and they were what she loved. So, by the fire, his hostess explained it, while he wondered the more. I thought that last summer you told me just the contrary. It seemed, to do her justice, to strike her. Did I? Oh, well, how does one know? With Americans, one is lost. End of section 21.